Absolutely. Monica Rooks has been kind enough to help us out today. Monica Rooks, Bloomberg News reporter. She is at Penn Station, Midtown Manhattan. Monica, when you talk to the people on the picket line, how resolute do you think they are in this strike here?
I mean, they want to get paid more, and wages are really the sticking point of this contract because all the other issues have been worked out at this point. And they haven't gotten a raise in 6 years, so it's pretty important to them to get those pay raises. Some of these guys back here have relatives, have friends that work at other carriers like Amtrak, at PATH, and they're making about $10 an hour less. So they just want something that's more on par with the other characters to say they just want a fair wage.
Well, as a 40-year New Jersey Transit rider on a daily basis, I was just hit with a 15% fare increase several months ago, and they hadn't raised fares in a number of years. So the revenue, one could argue, is there. How far apart do you think they are?
Well, I just talked to the union president, Mark Wallace, who said that they're pretty far apart on pay because New Jersey Transit says if they give these workers raises, they're going to have to hike up prices even more and then pass on higher taxes to businesses as well throughout New Jersey.
Right.
So contract talks ended at 12:01. And they said it's up to New Jersey Transit now to pick up the phone and resume negotiations.
But in the zeitgeist, and I don't have it in front of me to cite folks, just go with me on this,
Sure.
is the idea that if they give the locomotive engineers a lift in pay, do they have to give other people a lift in pay?
Well, right now, the only negotiations that are happening, or the only contract that's in limbo is with these workers. So there's about 460 workers that are not working on a contract right now. And they said haven't seen a raise in 6 years. Do they have to give other workers raises? Not sure, because those contracts have been worked out. But the union president said that, if it were up to Amtrak and PATH and they had openings, a lot of these guys would leave New Jersey Transit and take those other jobs, and then they'd have to worry about a worker shortfall. So there's a bunch of issues that could just avalanche from here.
Monica out early this morning in Penn Station. Thank you so much. Monica Rooks with Bloomberg News there. And, people across the nation are like, why are we doing this? We don't care, except it's maybe what we're going to see to come. And Paul, I'm sorry, it rolls right over to the Michigan economic data in 56 minutes, where you got an inflation expectation out there of 4.X%.
Yeah, inflation expectations are big when you see some of these surveys here. And boy, if you're going to be paying more for, transportation, like a lot of people do, a lot of people pay more for rent, for food. It's a thing.
We'll have to see. Right now, what we're going to do, and speaking of transportation, Tom Purcelli joined PGen.
Yeah.
And the only way that you get Purcelli to join PGen is he's got a Hinckley picnic boat that goes down the Hudson River to get him over to the PGen office. In style, Edwin Wilchis joins us right now. And he's in what Paul talks about a lot, securitized products. For dummies like me, Edwin, what's a securitized product?
Good morning, Tom, Paul. Pleasure to be here. So securitized product is a bond, its simplest form. It's collateralized or secured by some underlying asset. If it's a CLO, it's secured by bank loans, so high-yield bank loans. If it's a RMBS, it's secured by residential properties, CMBS, commercial properties. So it's really securitizing a lot of the underlying.
Did we live this in 07, 08, 09, where these are evil things?
There was some of these securities out at the time. I would say, Tom, I think securitization and RMBS in particular didn't cause the financial crisis, but I do think it was an accelerant for sure. In my opinion, the real cause was, underlying fraud in the housing market.
Mm-hmm.
So securitization, ultimately relies on the collateral. And if that collateral is not worth what you think it's worth, then there's no amount of structure that's going to help you get your money back. Today, I think, regulation has created these securities to be quite safe. So, we've seen effectively very little to no losses since the GFC.
So, Edwin, I'm looking at just the INGO function on the Bloomberg terminal, the Bloomberg Index browser, which gives me total return year to date for a lot of fixed income instruments. U.S. mortgage-backed securities, pretty good year so far, up 2.17% here. Talk to us about your securitized market in a world where we don't know where economic policy is going. We don't know where tariffs are going to be. We don't know what GDP is going to be, where inflation is going to be. How does your market react?
Yeah, so it's a great question. You know, I think we have the month of April to at least have some clues. Look, the underlying collateral here is incredibly diversified. So in some cases, you might have hundreds. In other cases, you might even have millions of loans. What we saw was, you know, by and large, a lot of these assets are not impacted by tariffs. You know, you don't have similar issues that you have on the corporate market where you have idiosyncratic risks, right? You want to know, okay, well, how's this tariff going to affect this industry? You know, how might it affect this company? In securitized products, you don't have that. So we actually saw pretty positive excess returns in our portfolios from the securitized product portfolio overall.
In your world, a fancy to, you know, we make jokes about it, folks, but to go from full faith and credit U.S. or municipal GOs out to this stuff takes a lot of mathematics and a lot of brain power. With that said, there's a new kid on the block. How does private credit compete, dovetail, get in the way of a normal securitized business? Are they taking business that used to be easy?
No, I think, you know, it complements the broader market. So, Tom, I kind of, you know, I think about the broader, how do we finance the U.S. economy? You know, there's obviously capital markets, public markets, there's private markets, securitization. When we look at securitization overall, we finance anywhere between 10 and 15% of the real economy. The rest of that is, you know, a combination of institutional investors and banks. So private credit, I think, as we've seen larger, you know, pullback from banks, we've definitely seen private credit step in, and we've seen securitization. So last year alone, we saw record issuance in, you know, things like asset-backed securities, things related to the consumer, as we saw regional banks pulling back from lending to these folks. At the same time, in addition to securitization issuing more, we also saw a lot of private market transactions, also called as ABF, asset-based finance.
How about in the traditional mortgage-backed? You got to get that one. Bring that
ABF
to the cocktail party this evening. How about traditional mortgage-backed securities? I look at the real estate market. I got mortgage rates higher than what people were used to having them. I don't want to sell my house because I'm sitting on a 2.5%, 3.5%, 4% mortgage. What's that do for the mortgage-backed securities market?
So I think, you know, we think about it from the agency mortgage-backed securities, which is Fannie and Freddie, and then the non-agency, excuse me. I think the short answer there is it's actually quite positive, right? So if you think about, you know, what that means, it means that homeowners in particular have a lot of equity in their homes. They have an asset, which is their mortgage, because, you know, they haven't had this increase in rents that you've seen in other places. So for a lot of these markets, in particular the non-agency market, we've seen really, really strong performance because the underlying assets, right? If you look at post-COVID, home price appreciation has really increased. So as a lender to someone with a mortgage, it means my LTV is actually much lower. So it's done extraordinarily well.
And give us a yield differential here. If I got a 4.5% 10-year yield, and I got investment grade, I don't know, you tell me 5, whatever. Apple Computer's probably 3%. But then what do these fancy derivative instruments, what do they yield?
So generally, you know, we're talking about something around 6%, maybe even 7%, depending on the type of risk that you're looking to take. But generally, if we're looking at it versus investment grade, we're talking about somewhere around 6%.
Some people are concerned about the consumer, although retail sales and so on are pretty decent. Do you see that at all? Any angst in the consumer, any strain on the consumer, whether you're looking at mortgage default rates, auto default rates, any of that stuff that backs up your bonds?
Yeah, look, I mean, the consumer balance sheet's about $18 trillion, so I think it's very hard to like pinpoint just exactly. We're definitely seeing stress on the more subprime parts of the consumer market. Right. But I'd say, honestly, it's no different than what we're seeing in the high-yield bond market, right? I think inflation or higher rates have caused pressure to a lot of different institutions and folks. So if you were levered, your business model is levered to zero rates, you're having trouble. And if you're, you know, your borrowing was levered to having zero rates or very low coupons, you're also seeing trouble. But generally speaking, the big bifurcation, Paul and Tom, that we're seeing at least, and this is a stat from the Federal Reserve Board that I think is worth highlighting. The median net worth of a homeowner in the United States is about $400,000. The median net worth of the 44 million renters is about $10,600. Wow. Right? So you have this really incredible two Americas. So you're kind of seeing this. Right. It's hard because the averages don't give you details.
Thank you. This has been great. Can you bring Porcelli next time? It's been a stranger. I said to Erica, the interns today. I said, where's Porcelli?
And these guys from PJ, they're in Newark. They can just take a path train, which are still running, and get over here no problem.
Is that how you got here today?
I drove. I didn't want to take a chance.
Oh, Jim.
The
Path
path is separate from New Jersey Transit.
Yes. Path is awesome.
And it goes into World Trade Center.
Yep. And it goes into Penn Station too. So if you work in Midtown, you got that out. You just have to
So
get
you didn't
Newark.
do the Sikorsky today?
I did, because I live way.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm learning as I go here. That was really quite good with PJ and Prudential. Thank you so much, Edwin Wilches. Right now, Mike McKee with a little brief here going into Fed meetings. Michael McKee, I got June 18, July 30, after Labor Day, September 17th. Are these all snooze fests, or you got your eye after the conference season and Mr. Bostic tracking? Which one of these dates do I want to lean forward and study?
Probably June, because they put out a new dot plot and summary of economic projections, but don't expect them to move rates at all. Then you probably have to start looking in July or September. But while the meetings at the moment don't look very exciting, the excitement's going to come in just watching what the president does and how that affects everybody's view. The good folks at Odd Lots, Joe and Tracy, interviewed Rob Bostic.
Whoa, stop the show. They're stealing your thunder.
They are indeed. I'm interviewing him on Monday, so if he didn't get enough, Tracy and Joe. But the thing is he is now sort of taken recession off the table, but still thinks growth is going to be really low, and he's still worried about inflation. Never mind the fact that the president's backed off maybe on some of this stuff. So the interesting part comes between the meetings when we wonder about what's going to change so that they can make a decision.
A lot of folks, Mike, are back in that camp. You know, the economy's slowing. Let's cut rates now. Does the Fed see it that way at all, do you think?
No, and the reason they don't is because there's another camp that says inflation is going to start rising. We saw today in import prices under the hood.
Yeah, I saw that.
We saw capital goods and industrial materials rise significantly in prices, and that is a sign that there are tariff impacts.
So that folds into CPI.
Well, it folds into the PCE index that we'll get at the end of the month. So a little bit later today, the folks who have the big spreadsheets will plug CPI, PPI, and import prices into their calculations and figure out what PCE is going to be. The general feeling is it's going to be up just a tenth, which would put the year over year at 2.1%, and their target is 2%.
I'm lost. Okay, stop.
That's sort of like now. That's today.
Okay.
What's going to happen tomorrow?
You're the only one I can ask this question to. 2.1, 2.3, who's keeping score? And the Michigan 5 to 10 year is some ginormous 4% number. How do you get that disparity of a 2-ish now in a really ugly 4% plus number out 5 years?
Well, that's why the Fed likes to talk about watching market indicators instead of the consumer indicators, because consumers, what they do, you want to make sure that consumers don't start acting on that behavior. Okay, inflation is going up, so we're going to buy now and not buy later. But the problem for it is that the people don't know what the inflation rate is, really. They go to the grocery store and say, okay, gasoline prices are up, food prices are up, inflation must be 6%. And it's not.
30 seconds left. You gallivanted out to Stanford in honor of John B. Taylor. Tell us why there was such a celebration for John B. Taylor.
Well, there was just a lot of talk about, the conference is generally a bunch of people who believe in monetary policy rules and that sort of thing. And he came up with the most widely used rule of all, the Taylor rule, that tells you whether or not the Fed's interest rate setting is likely correct for this state of the economy. So there was a lot of praise for him for that, and also he spent a lot of time in government doing a lot of
during 9/11.
During 9/11, and prior to that, he was on the Council of Economic Advisors. So he did a lot of things for the country and then for the profession of economics, and so people were fetting him.
8 seconds. Mets or Yankees?
Mets.
There you go.
4 seconds. Celtics, Knicks.
Well, my heart's with the Celtics. With Jason Tatum sidelined, you know, but we'll hope.
Your time has run out. Michael Mickey, thank you so much. Really, really appreciate it. Look for its important conversation with the Atlanta Fed president here in the next number of days. Bloomberg Surveillance, we're brought to you by Oracle. Attention, growing businesses. Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. For new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment, see if your company qualifies. Do that at oracle.com/Bloomberg. With our news in New York City, Michael Ball.
Thank you very much, Tom, Ball, John. New Jersey transit locomotive engineers started striking just after midnight, triggering a shutdown of the agency's rail service. NJ Transit and the Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers and Trainmen, or BLET, failed to agree on a new contract. The walkout marks the first railroad strike in more than 40 years for the transit agency. The move will force riders to find other modes of travel into New York City or to work remotely, wreaking havoc in the biggest U.S. metropolitan area, New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy.
Now we need the members of the BLET to step up and meet their obligations to the people of New Jersey. Let's get back to the table and seal a deal.
The big issue is over pay wages. Russia and Ukraine are holding their first direct peace talks in 3 years. Ukraine's defense minister is taking part in the Istanbul talks. So is an aide to Russian President Putin. President Trump boarded Air Force One today to return to the U.S. after his tour of the Middle East. He was asked by the press about his decision to offer refugee status to white South Africans who were facing what he called prejudice. President Trump called it discrimination by the country's government.
The farmers in South Africa are being treated brutally, and it's been reported, and nobody wants to cover it, but they happen to be white, and if they were black, I could do the exact same thing.
President Trump also said he will set tariff rates for U.S. trading partners over the next 2 to 3 weeks due to a lack of capacity to negotiate deals with all partners. Round 2 is underway at the PGA Championship. Jonathan Vegas just heated up. He has a 2-shot lead at 7 under. For our listeners in New York, Boston, and D.C., Bloomberg will bring you live play-by-play coverage starting after the closing bell and all weekend long on Bloomberg Radio. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr. This is Bloomberg. Tom, Paul, John.
Okay, Mets, Yankees. We have this huge Celtics game. Good morning, 92. Yeah, I'm a rookie. I mean, you know, the parquet floor and all that. This is
We're going to go to Fox Business. There's a story about Trump indicates that he wants to meet with Putin as soon as possible, and they're going to set up a meeting. Please help support my work by making sure you subscribe to all the channels. I have 4 channels on YouTube, Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. So please subscribe to all 7 channels. All the links are in the description of this video and all my videos. Please help support my work. Ask your social media to follow me. Share the links. Help support the free videos that I do. I tell you about entry points and exit points for the markets, give you my opinion on what's going on with the economy, what's going on with international news and domestic news, how to improve your health, some scientific discoveries that take place. So I cover a lot of things. So please help support my work. All this stuff that I'm doing is for free. And you can do that by purchasing the products and donating. You can donate on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Link is in the description of this video. You can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or Buy Me a Coffee, or be a paid member to Patreon. It's through the donations or the paid membership that allows me to do this for free. I don't put stuff behind a paywall. I don't. If I feel as though there's something important that I have to say that you need to pay attention to, I'm going to give it to you for free. But it's under that social contract, you know, that where you help me out too, and that is to purchase the products and to support the free content that I provide. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great products that I have, like the Structural Nano Silver Soap. This soap, I have it in 4 different varieties. You can get it in lemongrass, in charcoal tea tree, or you can get it in peppermint in lavender, in peppermint and in lavender. Get a few bars for your household, very high quality soaps that I use, way better than Procter & Gamble. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the structural nano silver soaps, have a few bars for your household, help support the work and help support your health. Another great product that I have that I want to talk about is the multivitamin. The multivitamin is a great way to start that foundation to move forward for your health, right? And throughout the transmission, I'm going to talk about these products that I take a lot of more than just this. But the thing is that to actually slow down the aging process and boost up your immune system. And this is from anti-aging research, longevity research, and my own personal experience. All right, so just pay attention to me and you'll do okay. Start with a good foundation that's probiotics and taking a multivitamin. So in this case, this multivitamin is an easy to digest, very important, easy to digest multivitamin. It has the multivitamins that you need as cofactors for enzymatic activity. That means your metabolism is going to improve, your cellular functions are going to improve. And it's a good base to build off of to build this protocol. So take this multivitamin, take it every day, drink it with filtered water. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the multivitamin. All right, let's go to Fox Business.
Use Kayak's best time to travel tool to find the perfect time to go wherever you're going. Then do what people do. Get distracted shopping for sun hats, celebrities.
Welcome back. Well, the officials from Ukraine and Russia meeting in Turkey this morning, minus Presidents Putin and Zelensky. Neither showed up. Both sides ended up sending delegates instead. President Trump also did not attend the talks, but he is pushing now for a meeting with Putin first before any movement on peace can be made. Watch.
We're going to get it. We're going to get it done. We're going to get it done as soon as we can set it up. I would actually leave here and go. I do want to see my beautiful grandson, and we'll be doing that. But I will tell you that the world is a much safer place right now, and I think in 2 or 3 weeks we can have it be a much, much safer place.
President Trump's daughter, Tiffany, gave birth to a baby boy. Joining me, and our congratulations to the Trump family and President Trump there. Joining me now is Heritage Foundation Vice President of National Security and the author of The Battle for the Jewish State, How Israel and America Can Win. Victoria Coates is back.
It's amazing.
Victoria, it's great to see you.
It's amazing how Trump's family just keeps on getting bigger, all right, while the Biden family is just smoking crack.
Thank you so much for being here. So this whole time we're saying, oh, will Putin go? Will he not go? He doesn't show up. And then Zelensky doesn't show up. What do you make of the meetings in Turkey?
Well, good morning, Maria. Yeah, good to be with you. I think it's an important sort of first step, a preliminary step. We've been in this war now for three years and 3 months. It's been a grinding disaster for both sides. And I think President Trump has rightly insisted that we get to a deal, we end the killing. And this is the first time the two sides have really talked. So this is a major achievement to start this discussion, to see what might be possible. And hopefully, as the president said, he'll meet with President Putin. They're really the decision makers, if we're being honest here. And they can lay down their red lines and get to a resolution. And I think that's really what the world wants.
Yeah, I'd love to see that. But, you know, the fact that Putin wouldn't commit to going, I mean, does that suggest he's really not interested in ending this war anytime soon, Victoria?
Well, he's certainly not been a constructive actor, Maria, for the course of this war. He's the one who started it. And I think, you know, that the fact that we've gotten this far is progress. But as the president and Secretary Rubio have said repeatedly, their patience is not infinite. They're not just going to be engaged in this dance ad infinitum. I think they really want to see progress. This is a small step towards that. But that's why I think the president is very interested in meeting with President Putin, so he can really get the baseline. Is this possible? Is there a deal to be made here? He thinks there is. I hope he's right.
Oh, that seems like a good idea to me. Okay, let's switch gears and talk Iran for a moment, Victoria. I mean, I'd like to know what the Ayatollah is thinking as he watches President Trump on the global stage here in the Middle East with all these deals and partnerships in Saudi and Qatar and the United Arab Emirates. Iran apparently now ready to make a deal on its nuclear ambitions, according to President Trump, if in fact the Trump administration lifts the sanctions on Iran. They will be holding nuclear talks with Britain, France, and Germany in Turkey today. And the president said that they are close to an agreement on lifting the sanctions, but a promise that Iran will not enrich uranium. Watch this.
We have an Iran situation which we're going to take care of. One way or the other, we're taking care of. It'll be taken care of 100%. It'll be done nicely or not nicely. And the not nicely is not a good thing for them. And I think we're talking to them, and I think they've come a long way.
Victoria, your expectation here, and what does President Trump means when he says not nicely? What is that?
He's going to blow the shit out of them. That's what he's going to do.
Well, the president's keeping all of his options on the table, Maria, as he should. Our position at Heritage is that the president needs all of his options on the table, and he should not be constrained by either those who want to use military force as their first option or by those who take it off the table. I think he's rightly pursuing diplomacy here. Iran was the biggest loser this week by any metric. They were watching the president do deals, as you said, across the Middle East, reinforcing our historic friendships across the Gulf, and that's really important. He went, yes, to Saudi Arabia and UAE, but also to Qatar, countries that were in a full rift during his first term. He brought them back together, and he's making the point we need all our partners and allies in the region. Iran is on the outside here, and I think the most important piece there was his meeting with the new president of Syria, brokered by Mohammed bin Salman, by the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. That is a huge signal to Iran that they are out of Syria, that Saudi Arabia and the United States are in. They've lost one of their key hegemons, so they should be strongly motivated to make a deal on the president's terms, and that's what we would like to see.
Yeah, it's a great point because, when the president started talking about giving Syria a fresh start, asking Syria to normalize its relationship with Israel, a lot of people thought, wow, this is a big deal. Imagine if we were to see Syria join the Abraham Accords in exchange for lifting sanctions on the country. The president, of course, has been asking the Saudis to join the Abraham Accords, and, he's been doing so since his first term. So what does this look like? How does the Abraham Accords evolve in the second term, Victoria?
Well, we're already seeing it, Maria. I mean, one of the incredible scenes, and there were so many from this trip, and all of us who, look at this region, spend a lot of time in this region, value this region. This has been just a great week. But maybe the most powerful scene came at the end when he and Sheikh Mohammed, MBZ, visited the synagogue in their Abrahamic Center of Tolerance in Abu Dhabi, a beautiful, beautiful new installation that I've been proud to visit as well. But to see the President of the United States and the President of UAE at a synagogue in Abu Dhabi, and to see the President talking openly in Riyadh about his fervent wish that Saudi Arabia join the Abraham Accords, this would have been impossible 8 years ago. I mean, the shock and amazement that would have greeted it, I mean, you can't even calculate it. But now it's normal. And so I really think with Saudi, it's a matter of when, not if. I think that decision was made in 2020 when Bahrain and UAE inked their Abraham Accords. So we'll let that situation develop on Saudi's terms. But it's just such a hopeful time. And to see the president building on that incredible success from the first term, to see it continue to flower, is just such a credit to him.
It really is, and you've really encapsulated it perfectly with that. It is a hopeful time. That's true. Victoria, always great to get your perspective. Thanks very much.
All right. Markets have opened. That's the reason why you hear the bell. And we're going to go over a market update. The S&P 500 is trading at 5,922. VIX is trading at 1762. Euro USD is trading at 1.11. Oil is trading at $61.51 a barrel. The ITO is trading at 21.84. USD Japanese yen is trading at 145.55. Natural gas is trading at 3.39. UCO, which is an ETF for oil, 21.21. Gush, ETF for oil exploration and production, is trading at 22.92. And DRIP is trading just below $10. Before we go back to the news, please help support my work by getting the great supplement that I have, collagen. Collagen is a supplement that you should be taking every day. It's a dual purpose supplement. It's a powder. You get a big scooper with this. This is a month supply. You take it every day with soft foods or filtered water. Mix it with a smoothie. Some people mix it with milk or even in coffee. But take it every day, and it's dual purpose. It's going to help with your skin, your hair, your nails, help with your musculature, help with your joint health and your cartilage, and your bone density. Do resistance training to get that higher bone density and to improve your joint health and musculature. Really important. So take this collagen every day. Now, it's very important to also drink filtered water, proper diet, stay away from these processed foods. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the collagen, do the resistance training, get healthy. Also get the vitamin C with magnesium, drink the filtered water, about 32 to 64 ounces throughout the day, and it'll cross-link that vitamin C with the collagen to improve your dermal layer for your skin. So please go to my store, get the collagen. All right, with that, let's go back to Bloomberg because the market just opened.
Back in the markets a little bit. We've got just kind of mixture out there, a little bit of green, a little bit of red out there, but it just probably reflects on. I think people are collectively just trying to catch their breath here and see where the next, the trade negotiations go here.
No. What it is that you have a lot of flow of funds that were afraid to miss out. All right. That was the behavioral dynamic, and they have kind of exhausted those funds. Now, yes, you have some institutional investors that have cash on hand waiting to deploy. But that big surge, because not that long ago, we were trading at 5,500, all right, or below. And now we're trading close to 6,000. And like I said, in July, we're going to be at an all-time high. Very high probability of that. So right now we're trading at 5,920. Resistance level, 6,000. All right. I suspect that we're going to see a little bit of a trading range in the few trading sessions between 6,000 and 5,750, depending on the news. If news comes out positive out of Washington, then we're going to see the testing and most likely the surpassing of the 6,000. We have VIX that's trading at 1755. That's a good level. But you're really probably going to go past that 6,000 resistance level when we see a VIX at about 15. All right. Let's take a look at. This is Times Radio talking about Putin's downfall. Ukraine is buying time to crush Russia. I don't know about that. I think both countries are exhausted, doing this war, and it's kind of in a stalemate. What is interesting about the new battlefield, because of drone warfare, all of the tanks and all of this, mechanized warfare that came out of World War I and World War II. Because you got to remember, trench warfare was World War I, but why did trench warfare fail? Airplanes and tanks. So now drone warfare neutralizes the tanks, and now you're back into kind of almost a trench warfare, quasi trench warfare. So the battle space is changing. There's an exhaustion, an economic exhaustion of material, exhaustion of soldiers on both sides. So we're kind of at a stalemate, because if they weren't at a stalemate, why isn't one country making advancements? They're not. They can't. They're exhausted. what I find very problematic is that why did Putin not take the off-ramp, the multiple off-ramps that Trump has offered him? Is it because Putin doesn't want to, or is it that he can't? And if it's the latter and not the former, why? Why, if Putin can't take the off-ramp, why? It's almost as though Putin's fearful of something. And I think that's internal dynamics in the country. I think there's something going on in Russia that's not we don't have a good understanding of. Maybe it's his health. I don't know, but there's something that Putin is fearing, where he feels as though the status quo is better than taking the off-ramp. All right, it's Playtime's radio here.
Feels like we haven't made a dent.
Oh, Discover could help us with up to $40,000 in a fixed rate.
To decide whether he was going to go, and then from the composition of this delegation, which is capable of talking.
New Yorkers will use ranked choice voting in the upcoming primary election. On your ballot, rank your 5 favorite candidates. The more candidates you rank, the more your vote will impact the outcome. If no one gets more than 50%, the candidate with the fewest votes is eliminated. This process continues in rounds until one candidate wins with more than 50%
No,
of the
it's
votes.
a terrible idea.
More choices.
It's a terrible idea.
Because Russia is never going to provide security for Ukraine. That's not the point. The way Ukraine gets security is through negotiations with its partners in the West. That has until recently included the United States. That may no longer include the United States, but it does include the UK. It does include the rest of Europe. And I think part of this from the Ukrainian side is to buy a little bit more time for those negotiations to take shape and for Europeans to act together in providing a more robust security arrangement and security guarantees that would deter further Russian aggression.
What chance is there for a breakthrough in the war in Ukraine? Vladimir Putin has failed to turn up to peace talks in Istanbul so far anyway, the first in 3 years. There are delegations there from both sides, but without either the Russian president or indeed Donald Trump in the room, is there really any point? Will there be any progress? Let's speak to Professor Sam Green. He's Director for Democratic Resilience at the Centre for European Policy Analysis. What's going to happen today, if anything? And is this actually just required to, at the very least, get the ball rolling after 3 years, Sam?
Well, look, I mean, if you were going to have a conversation, you've got to start somewhere, and delegations aren't inherently a bad place to do it. It is sort of an odd situation, in fact, to imagine that you would start these negotiations with the principal, with the presidents and the heads of state. It's much more typical to let the diplomats and the functionaries really get things teed up so that the principal's going to knock it out of the park when things are ready. So on some level, it's not terribly surprising, except that really what's missing here is a sense of, is Russia really interested in this process, right? And I think the message that we've gotten, both from Putin taking a very long time to decide whether he was going to go, and then from the composition of this delegation, which is capable of talking but isn't capable of making decisions. It's really hard to see how this meeting is going to be about anything other than posturing.
And within that posturing, is there any chance, do you think, there can be any substantive progress? And what are the issues that are on the table here, the sort of key ones? We know, of course, there has to be peace in Ukraine. At the end of it, we're aware of the fifth of the Ukraine that is currently occupied by Russia. What do you think will be the initial positions and perhaps the initial asks in these negotiations?
Well, the first question is really whether the Ukrainians, with American help, if the Americans decide to help, can get the Russians off of their talking points. Because the position that the Russians have taken is to say, we want everything that we wanted at the beginning of the war, which is maybe not necessarily all of Ukrainian territory, but we want Ukraine to acquiesce to the Russian control of the territory that they hold. They want Zelensky out of power. They want demilitarization. They want guarantees that Ukraine never joins NATO and probably never joins the European Union. And they want guarantees that the West will not support Ukraine further. The way it was talked about was that they want to talk about, the original causes of this war, which they say are, Ukrainian fascism and militarization, both of which are really quite fantastical. They're conversation stoppers rather than conversation starters. Look, if I'm frank, though, the conversation that matters isn't the one between Ukraine and Russia, because Russia is never going to provide security for Ukraine. That's not the point. The way Ukraine gets security is through negotiations with its partners in the West. That has until recently included the United States. That may no longer include the United States, but it does include the UK. It does include the rest of Europe. And I think part of this from the Ukrainian side is to buy a little bit more time for those negotiations to take shape and for Europe to get its act together in providing a more robust security arrangement and security guarantees that would deter further Russian aggression.
Sam, thank you. That's Professor Sam Green, Director for Democratic Resilience.
When we started using ShareFile, we discovered lots of other really amazing things that build the values of the small business.
As a business owner, we have to think about how is this tool going to save my business money in the long run?
We're always looking for ways to streamline and make things better.
Sir Sam Green, Director for Democratic Resilience at the Centre for European Policy Analysis.
Well, is he gonna talk or not? They're just showing Rubio. They're just showing Rubio driving around. Let's go to CNN. They're talking about the Supreme Court with this. I'm not sure if this is the immigration issue.
Multiple federal courts have blocked the president from implementing a new order that would deny birthright citizenship to children whose parents were in the United States illegally. And while that issue is at the heart of this case, it wasn't really what the justices were even hearing arguments on today. Instead, that mainly focused on whether or not a judge can single-handedly block the president's executive order with what's known as a nationwide injunction. The conservative justices actually signaled that they were open to limiting that power, but several raised questions about what would happen if the president's order can stand as the courts are working out a case.
This is just a very practical question, how this is going to work. What do hospitals do with a newborn? What do states do with a newborn?
Let's just assume you're dead wrong. How do we get to that result? Does every single person that is affected by this EO have to bring their own suit?
So when a new president orders that, because there's so much gun violence going on in the country, and he comes in and he says, I have the right to take away the guns from everyone, then people, and he sends out the military to seize everyone's guns. We and the courts have to sit back and wait until every named plaintiff gets, or every plaintiff whose gun is taken comes into court.
My legal source tonight is CNN's senior legal analyst, Ellie Honig. And Ellie, I wonder, just given what we heard from the justices and their clear concern about chaos reigning throughout the United States, what were your biggest takeaways from today?
Well, Caitlin, both sides of this argument have a major problem. On the one hand, people who are in favor, the challengers here, the people who are in favor of nationwide injunctions, it's obviously an example of judicial overreach. District court judges, there are 700 of them or so in this country spread across 94 federal districts. They are supposed to decide the case before them as to the parties before them. And it really does offend Title III sensibilities for judges, individual judges, to be making decisions that apply to the entire country. On the other hand, if we got rid of these nationwide injunctions, as you just heard in those snippets you played, chaos would follow. How would we possibly take birthright citizenship? Why should a baby born in the Eastern District of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia have one status, but a baby born in New Jersey have another status? Who's going to track it? So both sides have really deeply entrenched problems with their positions here.
Well, and it was interesting to hear from John Sauer, who's arguing on behalf of the government. He's the Solicitor General, basically number 3 at the DOJ. And he said to Justice Brett Kavanaugh that it's not clear how the president would enforce this executive order. I want people to just listen to what the Solicitor General had to say.
The states can continue to, the federal officials will have to figure that out, is how. So you can imagine a number of ways that the federal officials could.
Such as?
Such as they can require a showing of, documentation showing legal presence in the country for a temporary visitor, for example.
For all the newborns? Is that how it's going to work?
Again, we don't know.
I mean, Kavanaugh sounded pretty skeptical there.
Yeah, that's the sound of a justice unconvinced. That's a bad moment for John Sauer. And let me tell you why that's especially important. If you're trying to sort of game out how might this decision come down, first of all, I think Trump's going to lose ultimately on birthright citizenship. I think his position departs too far from the way we've looked at that for 157 years. Every judge who's considered this lower court judge, regardless of ideology, has rejected that position. But the real ball game here is those nationwide injunctions. It's clear the three liberal justices are going to be against Trump on them. It's clear Alito and Thomas are going to be for him. So the ball game is, can you, if you're on the liberal side, get two out of Gorsuch, Roberts, Barrett, and Kavanaugh? And I think Kavanaugh sees a real problem with the practicalities here. And I think Amy Coney Barrett also voiced some real questions that I think would be a concern to the Trump administration.
Barrett's totally
two
disappointed.
questions to weigh. If it chooses, can lower courts impose nationwide injunctions? And fundamentally, does the 14th Amendment mean something other than what it appears to say? With me to argue the case based on the Supreme Court biographer and former federal prosecutor Jeffrey Toobin, also senior political analyst and New York Times White House correspondent Maggie Haberman. Jeff, just on the legal front, regarding those two aspects of how this may be decided, what do you think is going to happen?
Well, I think ultimately,
wherever you go, lead the way with precision at every turn. In the GMC Hummer EV.
Other consultancies work around you. At West Monroe, we work with you. Overcomplicated strategy, it's so...
What do you think is going to happen?
well, I think ultimately birthright citizenship is going to be upheld. There doesn't seem to be much sentiment on the court to adopt the Trump position on birthright citizenship. However, the issue of nationwide injunctions, which is a big issue, it was big under President Biden, it's big now. The court seems quite torn on that issue because, and it's a very hard question because it's obviously a problem when liberal lawyers can run to San Francisco and get one nationwide injunction, and conservative lawyers can run to Amarillo, Texas, and get a different.
And we've seen both that done.
Absolutely, and that is not how the legal system is supposed to work. However, when you have something like birthright citizenship, it is a good idea to have a national rule. So a nationwide injunction is a good idea. So how do you differentiate between cases? Well, you don't want to have a situation where you have birthright citizenship in New York but not in Texas. It should be one rule for the country. And so the issue is, how do you differentiate between issues where it's appropriate to have a nationwide injunction and have it in some where it's not? And I don't think the court has really sorted that out at all. They seem pretty much at sea.
Maggie, do you have any sense how the administration feels about how things went?
Yeah, look, they are happy that this fight is at the Supreme Court. This fight over nationwide injunctions is one they have wanted for some time. Separately, the one over birthright citizenship is one they have wanted for a while. Some folks in the administration believe they will ultimately be successful on a birthright citizenship case, even if it's not this one. On the nationwide injunctions, this relates to a lot of their efforts in this administration going forward. If the court ends up doing something in their favor or takes time making this decision, they believe that all at least adheres to them. In some way, this administration has yoked, the public relations component and the press component and what people read with the legal component. And they think that if people are seeing that the justices themselves are grappling with this, it gives more weight to what they're arguing. Even if they don't actually win on the point, there are enough people who will question what they are seeing when judges issue nationwide injunctions if they continue.
And how quickly would a ruling come through, Jeff?
Well, they seem very concerned about acting quickly, more than in the usual case, because they recognize that the uncertainty generated by nationwide injunctions, when nationwide injunctions may be illegal, is something that's a big problem for the legal system. So, we're already late in the term. I mean, the term usually ends beginning of July. Here we are in the middle of May. But I would suspect there's going to be a decision in this case even before the end of the term, because they really want to get some sort of order around this, especially when it's not just birthright citizenship, but a lot of the Trump initiatives are being challenged in court, and there really should be one rule for the whole country.
And is the administration ready to act on this?
Well, if they win in this case, yes, they're going to move forward quite quickly, and we're going to see a rollout of a number of executive actions. Look, they're very proud of how many executive actions they have taken. They are very proud of basically trying to expand and maximize executive power in ways, obviously, that critics say is going beyond the scope of their authority. But they are maneuvering around Congress, and they have been trying to both do two things. One is to try to get things before the Supreme Court so they can then have whatever they are trying to do either signed off of or not signed off of, and then they'll try again in certain cases. But they are also attempting to attack the legitimacy of some of what courts nationwide are doing in general. You are seeing Stephen Miller doing it. You've seen Elon Musk doing it. Trump is doing it, albeit to a slightly lesser degree. If they succeed here, they will move very quickly, but what aspects of their agenda will say?
Well, but if they succeed in any way in limiting nationwide injunctions, that's good for the Trump administration.
Yes,
and that is, I mean, because ultimately,
that is the only thing that is stopping a number of these executive orders.
I mean, the main story of the first months of the Trump administration has been this attempt to expand executive authority, and the courts reeling it back in certain circumstances. To the extent you can limit the courts, that helps the Trump administration. So any sort of limitation on that, which seems possible,
how they were pulling every lever in every realm. It's remarkable.
Look, we heard Steve Bannon talk about flooding the zone in 2017 when they first came in. This is an entirely different order of magnitude. They are not just with policy, but basically with every system that they can, trying to either attack it or take ownership of it or neutralize it, and the courts are the last vestige.
I gave him 2. Thanks very much.
All right. I personally think that birthright citizenship, if it's through an illegal parents, no. If one of the parents are American citizens, then yes, it's okay. But if both parents are, have illegal status, nope. Nope. Let's go to Fox News. It's talking about the infighting that's going on with Hogs. Oh, got the audio off.
Job. DNC Vice Chair David Hogg has sparked quite a bit of infighting within the party he's supposed to be leading. And now he may even lose his job. The DNC just voted to nullify his election to vice chair because it violated gender diversity rules. Now that has to go to the broader DNC, but the smaller committee indeed voted that way. Now those rules aren't unusual. The RNC has similar guidelines, but could Democrats have moved on that election challenge because of comments like this?
While there are some effective people in our party, there certainly are some who are failing to meet the moment and know it's time for them not to seek re-election, whether that's because they're too old, for example, or if that's because they just aren't able to meet it. We can't simply just hide, as Carville repeatedly promotes, not to mention the fact that, frankly, he has not won an election since before I was born. I think it's time for some new voices in our party. What I think happened last election is younger men, they would rather vote for somebody who, even if they don't completely agree with, they don't feel judged by. Young people should be able to focus on what young people should be focused on, which is how to get laid and how to go and have fun.
Well, Hogg claims that the party is out to get him after those remarks, but that did not sit well with fellow co-chair Malcolm Kenyatta.
We really need to change what we're doing in the way that we're approaching voters. And yet, we have spent now weeks talking about one person, not about what the party needs to do, but talking about one person. And now, as this new thing has happened, The press is rushing to take David's word for it that this is yet another way that people are trying to get him. David knows that this challenge was submitted weeks before David ever announced what he was doing with Leaders We Deserve.
Peace and harmony at the DNC as David Hogg clapped back at his co-chair.
And the belief now is that this is a useful opportunity that unfortunately has caught up Vice Chair Kenyatta as well in it, to use a simple majority in order to essentially vote me out instead of the 2/3 or the 2/3 requirement that they would have to officially remove me as an officer. Because the consensus prior to this was that this was not going to move forward, but they believe, many of the members that I have talked to, that it is moving forward as a convenient way to remove me effectively with a simple majority.
Okay, so Hogg insists this is because of his criticisms. Laura, the other side, insists that this was a challenge because of gender diversity rules. The RNC has gender diversity rules. I get that. You were co-chair at the RNC. And, you know, as I look at this, I think there's something different at play here, though. This isn't just gender diversity rules. This is up against a party that lost males. And now you have this woman coming in going, let's oust the young male who's giving us good advice.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and it's interesting to me because as co-chair of the RNC, you didn't see a bunch of infighting within our party. You didn't see me going out and criticizing, you know, Michael Watley, the chairman, or doing any sort of things that, you know, David Hogg has done. I don't think that's very constructive for their party. I happen to agree with him on some of the things he said, but I think this is very typical of the Democrats by and large. Just ask Bernie Sanders. When they are done with you and they will...
Exactly. She's right about this whole Bernie Sanders thing.
DNC, right? These people with the committee members, you know, ask Bernie Sanders in 2016, ask Dean Phillips and RFK Jr., who wanted to primary Joe Biden. They didn't get a shot at it. Just ask Joe Biden himself, because when they were done with him, they booted him right out for Kamala Harris. This is pretty standard play, I think, for the Democrats in large.
I love that you took it there, because that is where my head was at with this. You know, Kevin, as you look at this, you have the Bernie context, where Donna Brazile came out and exposed this.
Don't pay anything to fix your roof. New York City homeowners can get a free roof while paying zero out of pocket. Saving up.
Where Donna Brazile came out and exposed this joint fundraising agreement at the DNC. In her words, she said Hillary had control of the party's finances, all the money raised. It looked unethical. Then you get to Kamala, not a single vote cast for her in the primary. Right. Yes, it was an aberrational situation. But free and fair primaries, I mean, David was voted this in, and now they're asking him.
Before I answer, great job at the RNC.
Thank you.
And great on your show. But this is exactly what the Democrats do and why they continue to lose. They don't believe in allowing Democrats to pick who should lead them.
Yes.
He's right. And he's young, he's smart, and he's going to be around. And this is only going to elevate him. And the whole thing he's saying is, if you're old and not working to win a majority, you ought to leave. There's no reason Nancy Pelosi is still around. She's taking a place. She's not helping him win. They have two leaders that aren't going to get him in the majority. Schumer can't even go on a book tour. Hakeem can't make a decision. AOC is the leader. AOC has raised more money in the last quarter than any member in Congress, 3 times as much as the speaker. He's going to be next. And this is the future. If you want to win a majority, you have to fight for it. If you have people, a Maxine Waters that stays around all these years, it motivates nothing for them. Now, I don't want to solve that problem. I want to keep being a champion. But he's right, and they're going to elevate him, and he should fight this, and he will become the chairman of the party or get elected.
So on the point of not solving their problem, let me just say I agree with the chair of the DNC who says you can't be a referee and a player. He's saying we can't go out and pick who the primary candidates are. We have to be neutral. David wants us playing primaries.
Yeah, you know, a couple things. I saw the flames you threw at Hakeem Jeffries. He can't make a decision.
He can't.
Oh, my goodness.
There's 2 types of leader, a thermometer or a thermostat. He is a thermometer. He can't do any.
Harsh. Wow. He can take the temperature, but he can't regulate it. Oh, wow.
Winston Churchill will regulate it.
There you
President
go.
Trump will regulate it and change it.
Look, right after the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School massacre, and we know that David Hogg was a survivor of that. He was a young kid. He just turned 18, I think, at that point. Last month, he turned 25.
Breaking news here. Breaking news. University of Michigan preliminary May consumer sentiment falls to 50.8. Estimate was 53.4. So consumer sentiment is going down. Now that should, in theory, bring the markets down. Right now, the SP 500 is still trading at 5,923. No spike in the VIX, trading at 1749.
Him at that point as a survivor, and I could see the fight in him. He was talking gun control already. He was hurting, obviously, as many of the young people were who were part of the survivorship if they could in that scene. But there was a thirst in him to change things going forward. I'm not surprised that we see the young man that we see today. I'm surprised that the party didn't see it, and that the party refuses to see not only him, but others who want to make a change. Look, I hear you guys say you don't want to help them. I don't think that you can at this point because they don't know how to help themselves.
I remember a young guy like this that people weren't helping, a guy named Charlie Kirk. And he was electing people in college campuses. And I'd have him bring them to the Capitol and I do meetings with them. And look what he has become.
Exactly.
Same type of thing can happen.
He's a great player. Laura had a great interview with him.
Yeah, but there's never self-reflection in the Democrat Party. We know this. This is why they're still daring to find out what happened in the election. At the end of the day, you're right. They absolutely cannibalize themselves and they excommunicate anyone who dares to not only just think for themselves, as we saw with Tulsi Gabbard and so many of the figures that you named, but who dares to challenge the status quo, who dares to actually have an independent thought. You're right about David Hogg's concepts, which is why aren't they meeting the moment? And why is it so bad for him to say, why are we not challenging these fossilized leaders of the Democrat Party that have done nothing for us? And clearly, as he points out, haven't even won elections for us. And for them to now come in and cite this diversity, I guess apparently salty language is the better play. I mean, although I guess all he has to do is identify as a woman and then he can say, I wish them nothing but the best, but I think if they keep this up, we will know exactly how it ends up.
Yes, my favorite line though was Hakeem Jeffries is a thermometer and he's no Winston Churchill. So thank you for that, Kevin. Or President Trump. Yeah, or President Trump.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kaylee McEnany on Outnumbered every weekday at 12 p.m. Eastern.
All right, let's go to Al Jazeera here. They're talking about Rubio.
Saying they have agreed with Ukraine that Russia's position in the talks is unacceptable and that they've discussed the matter with Donald Trump. Again, remember that Russia's stance, they view these talks as an extension of the talks in 2022, a continuation of the talks from 2022, when the Russians were expecting Ukraine to make considerable concessions, demilitarization, and abandoning hopes to join NATO. So that, the Europeans say, is unacceptable. And I think I've just got a bit more information on that for you, Sammy. Sammy, bear with me. They said the leaders were closely aligning their response to the stance the Russians are taking. Sammy.
All right, thanks to Bernard Smith there from Istanbul. At least 100 Palestinians have been killed in Israeli strikes that targeted northern and central Gaza since early on Friday. Civil defense teams are working to recover those trapped under the rubble. The latest attacks.
All right, I want to go to Fox Business. They're talking about James Comey and this whole 8647 Instagram post.
You pretty much take it all. Fridges and dishwashers and dressers, drawers, couches, mattresses, bed frames, concrete, things like that. Same day notice or 3 weeks in advance.
That's what you get when you hire professionals.
We've got to talk about what happened yesterday. I was shocked when I saw this post. In the middle of all of this euphoria with the president in the Middle East, you've got federal agencies now investigating former FBI Director James Comey. Why? Because he makes a shocking Instagram post yesterday. He posts this yesterday, the formation of shells on a beach, writing 8645. Now we know what 86 means. That means take him out. Take him out. 47. 8647 is what it was written in the sand. The White House condemned the post as a direct threat. 86 is used to colloquially basically say eliminate somebody. Obviously, Trump is the 47th president, so 8647. And then he says, oh, look at this cool shell formation on my beach wall. Comey immediately, well, about an hour later it happened. I responded to Don Jr.'s post, putting it out. And then Comey immediately walks back. He removes the post and he says this: I posted earlier a picture of some shells I saw today on my beach walk, which I assumed were a political message. I didn't realize some folks associate those numbers with violence. Well, yeah, right. It never occurred to me, he claims, but I oppose violence of any kind, so I took the post down. The damage was already done. We had current FBI Director Cottrell responding. He posted this on X, saying they're aware of the quote. They're supporting the Secret Service in its investigation. Tennessee Congressman Andy Ogles sent a letter to the Secret Service Director, Sean Caran, and to Kash Patel, calling for an immediate investigation into Comey. And then there was Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. She weighed in on Fox News last night with what she thinks should happen to James Comey. Watch.
Whatever James Comey intent, he and people like him need to be held to account. The rule of law says people like him who issue direct threats against the President of the United States, essentially issuing a call to assassinate him, must be held accountable under the law.
Do you believe Comey should be in jail?
I do. Any other person with a position of influence that he has, people who take very seriously what a guy of his stature, his experience, and what the propaganda media has built him up to be, I'm very concerned for the president's life.
Yeah, this, of course, 8 years now after James Comey
Let me
ran.
interject here for a second. And you may feel as though it's not related, but it is. When Trump was leaving Saudi Arabia, and he was climbing up the stairs to Air Force One, and he was saying goodbye to MDS. MDS looked as though he may not see Trump ever again, at least face to face, in person. Now, hopefully that's not the case. But if you don't know what I'm talking about, try to find some of these videos of him leaving MDS when he was going to the second leg of his trip in the Middle East. So he was leaving Saudi Arabia, and you could tell that there was almost a kinship of spirits between Trump and MDS. And that MDS, the sense that I felt was as if he thought he may not see him again. Now, that could mean that something happens to MDS, or that could mean that something happens to Trump. Or it could be that Trump is so busy for the next 3 years that he won't have an opportunity to be face-to-face with him during his presidency. But there was almost a sadness in his eyes, a sadness in his demeanor for MDS. And I think Trump knew it when he waved when he was at the top of the stairs, at the platform of the stairs. The concern that I have with the crazy rhetoric of the deep state and of the ultra-liberal population that's aligned themselves with the Democratic Party, they are a very violent group that feels as though they can burn down the town to get what they want. You know, for example, if there's a chief justice that's going through a nomination process, what do? They have protests, which is protected under the Constitution. But these protests start to become violent, and they start to become words of aggression are stated. Even on the steps of the courthouse, Chuck Schumer had words of aggression towards these justices when it came to their ruling on Roe v. Wade. So it's not out of the realm of possibility that some groups or an individual that's unstable takes these messages and these scenes and this rhetoric seriously, and they try to harm the president. Hopefully it doesn't happen. I think that Trump is somewhat, there's a protection with Trump. I think God has blessed him. You know, there's a phrase in Judaism that if you had a close brush with death, that almost like your soul is rebooted. It's almost like you're given a new chance, a new lease on life. And I think that's what happened with Trump. There was something that rebooted in him. There's Trump 2.0 is different than Trump 1.0. And I think a big part of it is, one, he's more knowledgeable about the true politics and the nefarious activities that go on in Washington, D.C. But also I think there's a wisdom of the brush of death that he had. There's something there, he's much more at ease. He wants to joke around on stage. He's almost like a comedian, you know, he's almost like a stand-up comedian. You didn't have that. He was very bombastic in Trump 1.0. He's more of a stand-up comedian now. Something has toned him down. All right. Now people still don't, there's many people that still don't like him, but his soul was rebooted with that gunshot. He was given a blessing. There's no doubt in my mind that he was blessed. And you have another group of people that hate him so much because he's shining a light on decades of corruption, decades of power, decades of not really paying attention to constitutional themes, not paying attention to the middle class, not paying attention to the economy. And so you have this individual, Trump, that's saying, hey, it's about localization. It's about building a manufacturing base in the United States. It's about strengthening the middle class. It's about God, country, and family. These are themes that the Democratic Party do not focus on. So when you're trying to take away their cheese, when someone's trying to take away the cheese that the Democrats have been munching on for decades, and that deep state that isn't affiliated with the party, they're only affiliated with their own mission, internal mission, then they're going to try to silence or slow walk policies, demonize, use lawfare. I mean, they threw almost everything at Trump, and it failed. Now, no one would be able to have weathered that kind of storm unless you had some sort of protection from God. There's no one. No, Trump is blessed. Why he's blessed, I have no idea. It's not because he's a great, he's a paragon of virtue. There's something special about him that allows for a larger peace in the world to manifest. And this is the starting point. This is the genesis of it. This is the inflection point, the change of momentum for a lasting peace. But part of the collateral damage to do it is actually to destroy the wokeism, to destroy the corruption of the DNC, and to destroy the corruption of the deep state. What my concern is that there are a lot of unstable people out there that could take to heart these messages from James Comey, with these, 86 messages type stuff. Or even the governor of Michigan, she had a message behind her during an interview that said 8647. So they're signaling, they're doing signals, right? It's almost like an MK Ultra kind of thing. And it could, it could activate maybe a lone wolf or a cell that tries to eliminate the president. CNN would love to see the president assassinated on live TV. They would love it. They would just keep on looping and looping and looping, and then you would have people coming on stage and on their show, and they're saying the country needs to come together, and this is a sad day in the country, but in the green room or behind the scenes when the camera's off, they're jumping up for joy. There are people in our country that want the fall of our president, literally they want the fall of the country. You have these ultra liberals that are trying to destroy the country. You take what's going on in Harvard, which is a microcosm of what's happening in the United States. The students get into Harvard, which is hard to get into. They get into Harvard and they're willing to overrun the university with their woke agenda and destroy the reputation of the university and potentially even its funding mechanisms and tarnish the brand because of their woke agenda. If you hate the university so much, then go to a different university. No. They want to bring things down. This is part of the problem with the woke movement. The young want to bring down the establishment, bring down these institutions, and they have nothing out there that is viable to replace it. You have individuals not just trying to bring down Harvard. I think it was Brittany that was on the Hill. I forgot her last name. Double Harvard, black female, so double minority. She went to Harvard College, went to Harvard Law, and she hated the university. She wanted the university to decline. She stated it on the Hill when she was kicked off the Hill because of some comments that she made at an event. But the thing is, she didn't. So why did you go there? Oh, you wanted to have it to open up doors. So it's okay to benefit from it, but then you try to take it down. These same types of people are trying to bring down the country. They want to bring down the Constitution. These are the same types of people that are pushing the reparations. Big problem. People need to wake up to it and push back. You don't have to be a conservative. Majority of the country is probably centrist, or slightly left of center, or slightly right of center. It's probably the majority of the country, not far right or far left. But we're polarized because of the far right and the far left. And so we need to push back these agendas that are eroding that God, country, and family. If you use just that simple lens, if someone is talking, they're either talking about economics or they're talking about politics or the direction of the country or world peace or world war or whatever, use the lens, is it in the sense of God, country, and family? And try to understand what both sides of the argument are through that lens. And I think that will take you a long way. And you'll start to realize that the adversaries, the ones that don't have a good affinity to God, country, and family, are literally trying to destroy the United States. They're trying to destroy constitutional freedoms. They want a democracy. You don't want a democracy. Democracies don't protect property rights. A pure democracy doesn't work. A constitutional republic does, because there's a document that enshrines property rights, that enshrines the rights of an individual, that enshrines the civil liberties. Democracy doesn't. Democracy is majority rule. Don't get confused. And so what happens is that you can have groups of people that say democracy now, but they really are saying mob rule now.
Ridiculous Russia collusion story. and allowed it to go viral, Todd Pyro, where he claimed President Trump colluded with the Russians. He actually made it part of his official intelligence assessment. I'll tell you, karma is coming for this guy, Todd.
And his only defense at this point should be to lean in to his elitism and say, look, I am so rich, I am so elite that I never worked in a restaurant, so I didn't know that 86 means to get rid of something. Aside from that, there is absolutely no excuse for this. You were the leader of the FBI. You should know every single coded phrase with regard to eliminating somebody.
Exactly.
It's your job to seek that out on behalf of and root it out on behalf of the American
Part of the FBI, but has no idea what 86 means. Has no idea what 47 means. I mean, even when presidents talk to each other. I mean, George Bush Sr. and George Bush Jr., when they talk to each other, they would say 41 or 43. Right? He's trying to play dumb, just like in how Hillary Clinton said, oh, what do you mean, bleach bit? You mean cleaning the server? Dusting the server? He's just playing stupid. That's what he's doing. He's playing stupid. That's what he's doing. He should be investigated for this. And it's a big problem. I'm telling you, they are going to trigger someone to do another assassination attempt. But even more worrisome is that I'm concerned that the deep state, especially with the alignment that Trump is doing with the Middle East and this trying to bring peace in that region and aligning and trying to bring into the orbit the Israelis and the Saudis together, and having a much larger comprehensive Abrahamic Accord to bring lasting peace in the region. That's going in the face of the neocons. That's adding to the probability of a inside job, another 9/11 event that I've been concerned about ever since Trump was elected. All right. So he's going against very powerful lobbying groups in the deep state. And some of those lobbying groups are military-industrial complex. And some of those lobbying groups are actually Israeli lobbying groups. Not all Israelis, but very powerful lobbying groups. They could set in motion an event that slows down the peaceful progress that Trump wants to make in the region. If you have another 9/11 event, it totally destroys what Trump just did in the last 3 days. We're increasing the probability of that. And if Trump wants to restructure, make more efficient the military, take away some of these powerful individuals out of these organizations, streamline it, it's adding to the probability of an inside job. Another inside job, another 9/11 event. How it manifests, we don't know. We don't know when. Will it be on 9/11? No. We don't even know what year. But the thing is that when it does happen, it would destroy the Middle East process. And it would stop the restructuring, the reorganization of the national security state. And the national security state will balloon out even more. It will go to Congress after that event that takes place, after this 9/11 event, and they'll ask for more money, more power, more personnel, more surveillance state. We're in dangerous times, very dangerous times. And Comey represents these individuals that are behind the scenes, orchestrating things that are not God, country, and family. Isn't it amazing? All these people that were going after Trump, they have financial ties, or they benefit some way to the status quo. And we're talking millionaires here. Comey's a millionaire. All right.
you post that is incomprehensible, and consequences need to follow, Maria.
Well, I mean, Cheryl, it's also just shows such a tin ear. Who does he think he's talking to when he's talking to his Instagram followers?
Exactly.
Does he
woke.
not understand that everyone's watching? And by the way, we have to point out there have already been 2 assassination attempts on President Trump.
Yes, exactly. And we've seen enough violence against President Trump to last a lifetime. And my first reaction to this story when I heard about it was, is he probably smart enough to know what he put on that picture? But
He
let's
is.
say that he
He
is
did it on
smart
purpose.
enough to know what he put up there for a moment. Maybe try to give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he thought 86 meant, get him out of office. Maybe. But I'm thinking somebody that had his position in the U.S. government that spent 8 years going after Donald Trump and is obviously very angry that none of that went his way and he lost every case and he was humiliated in front of Congress during this testimony when he was bringing up the allegations against Trump at the time when Biden was president. Maybe he just can't get over that. And this is his one little way to push back.
Yes, I love this game. IXL is actually a learning app, but it's so fun. He calls it a game. I'm crushing it. Yeah, you are. He loves the challenge.
An agreement with them. I don't think we're aware of anybody outside of the engineers not showing up today. Is that fair? Well, yeah, broadly speaking, at least.
All right, let's go back to Bloomberg. But before we do, this New Jersey transit strike is going to be a major problem in New York. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the magnesium and zinc. It will help to boost up your immune system and help with your brain function. Magnesium is very important for brain function. Vitamin C and magnesium helps with your skin, boosts up your immune system, and helps with your brain function. Take them together. It's a great stack. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Click the link in the description. Use discount 5, you get $5 off. Boost that immune system.
With the president all week through his Mid-East trip, and she is there as well. So, Emery, quite the trip for the president and his team in terms of economic development. Lots of newsworthy items in terms of economic deals were announced this week. What's the hindsight from you as it relates to his trip in the Middle East?
Yeah, a ton of deals, and every single stop the president had on this Middle East tour, from Riyadh to Doha to Abu Dhabi, and we should just talk about the last 24 hours, the latest of those deals. This all started in March. I reported about Sheikh Khaldun coming to Washington, having this meeting with the president in the Oval Office, talking about how they would like to invest $1.4 trillion over the next decade, especially when it comes to AI, advanced semiconductor chips. They want to get their hands on all in order to build out data centers here in the UAE. And we saw that yesterday, really this a remarkable photo, if you will. Jensen Huang, the NVIDIA CEO, has been on every single stop of the president's trip. And what we saw yesterday was him standing in the middle of President Trump and Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed as the Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick, signed this AI partnership between Abu Dhabi and the United States. It calls for the biggest data center outside the United States to be built here in Abu Dhabi. And of course, to do that, they need access to those advanced chips. There's been a lot of talk about the national security concerns about that, especially behind the scenes. We have reporting that even administration officials in the Trump world, senior officials, are concerned about the guardrails to set this up. So for me, I think leaving this trip, what I'm going to be looking out for after this is what is the mechanism they do put in place to make sure that technology, that advanced high-tech technology from the United States does not get into the hands of Beijing. And how it's been described to me is that those data centers will either be in, say, one in Abu Dhabi, there's going to be one likely as well in Riyadh, and they will control the access, but the U.S. will basically have veto power on who gets that control, because for the United States, it is paramount that they make sure that China does not have any access at all to advanced technology.
We also saw the first direct talks between Russia and Ukraine in over 3 years. Talk to us about the takeaways from there, and how was that perceived by world leaders?
Well, the president, according to Volodymyr Zelensky, had a call with European leaders like Emmanuel Macron, Friedrich Merz, the Polish president as well, about their meeting with Zelensky and European leaders. And all of this, of course, is about whether or not we're going to see some sort of meeting between President Putin and President Trump. Throughout this entire trip, Trump continued to leave the door open to potentially adding another leg of the trip and going to Istanbul. Only would he be willing to do that if he was going to see President Putin. He most recently saw President Zelensky at the Vatican. Remember that remarkable photo of the two sitting in the Vatican face to face. The president, before he left, said he may have a call with Putin. So I think that would be the next step between this relationship, and whether or not they are able to sit down and find some sort of agreement, at least for the near future, to have a cessation of hostilities, to have a ceasefire between those two countries. So from the U.S. perspective, they were willing to have this meeting. The president seemed very clear about that, even last night, saying destination unknown, but likely going back to Washington, D.C. at this point. And he obviously left Abu Dhabi, and he's heading back to Washington. And as you guys know, in Washington, a lot of headaches await him as he tries to get his big, beautiful bill through Congress.
Anne-Marie, Iran, always in the background there. Do we learn anything about how the president may want to approach Iran going forward?
Well, the president told reporters on Air Force One that there has been a proposal delivered to the Iranians. This would have been delivered via Steve Witkoff, his envoy, who already had 4 rounds of meetings with the Iranians, brokered by the Omanis. Of course, the issue is we don't exactly know what was in that proposal. The president has made very clear on this trip, speaking about Iran, that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Where it's going to get challenging for Iran and the administration is whether or not Iran can have low-grade enrichment of uranium to have a civil program. Now, there was an NBC News report. The president said you might have saw an NBC News report where Iran basically outlined their proposal. This report is exactly what the president, almost to the day 7 years ago, withdrew the United States from, and that's the JCPOA. So what this top advisor to the Ayatollah told NBC News that what Iran is willing to do is say, we're not going to have access, we will not maybe have a nuclear weapon, but we will keep the enrichment of uranium from a civil perspective, to have a civil program. And that is something that I think would be very challenging for this administration to accept, given the fact that Trump has went out of his way to bash the JCPOA and also pull the United States out of that agreement.
Anne-Marie, thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate your reporting, as always. Anne-Marie Horton, she's she's a co-anchor of Bloomberg Surveillance, joining us from Abu Dhabi. Hopefully she'll be making her way back home soon. She's been all over the Middle East with the president as he's made this trip. And again, as Anne-Marie was just reporting, a flurry of economic announcements and investment opportunities. So we'll see how that plays out going forward. Certainly a beneficial trip for many companies that want to do business in that part of the world. S&P 500 pretty much unchanged on the day. That was up about 7 points, and the Nasdaq's down 7 points. So that's about as quiet as you can get at the index level. We see that in the VIX. The VIX is below.
Yeah, the VIX is right now at 1766, and the equities are trading at 59.16. Euro USD is trading at 1.11. Japanese yen is trading at 145.8. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the probiotics either in the veggie cap form or in the powdered form. I prefer the powdered form because I take a lot of different powders for my supplements, like the collagen, the gladiator barley, the boomer boost, the lignans. The probiotics is just easier for me to take. So you can get it in the powdered form or in the veggie cap form. Taking a good probiotic is going to help you with your gut biome. It's going to allow you to absorb your nutrients better. You're going to have better metabolism. You're going to actually reduce inflammation at the gut level. Your immune system is going to improve. You're going to have better communication between your gut and your liver and your gut and your brain. You're going to be able to concentrate better. You're going to be less irritable. And you're going to be able to sleep better. And your skin will improve. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the probiotics. Take them as a great foundation, stacks really well with the multivitamin, and that's a great way to start and then add to it as a foundation to build this health protocol that's custom for you. Let's talk about neural protection. Really important. Once you turn age 40, you need to start thinking about how do you protect your neurons. Now, there are neurons that help with your motor coordination, But there's also neurons that help with your, the pumping of your heart and, the signaling of different organ systems, your cognition, kinematic activity. So protecting those neurons are really important, all right? So when you get older, your neurons start to go down in health. Part of the reason is that the mitochondria in the health starts to decline. You start accumulating DNA damage, you start having less energy levels, and the myelin sheaths will start to degrade, and you just don't perform as well. Poor blood flow also doesn't give you the nutrients that you need, and neural death could potentially happen. So it's really important to protect neurons. Now, to protect neurons, it's a holistic approach. You want to have a proper diet and exercise, all right? Make sure you filter your water, detoxify your body, stay away from processed foods, do the 4 modalities of exercise, which is cardio, resistance training, balancing, and stretching exercises. They activate different types of neurons. Learning new things, right? And taking the proper supplementation, and make sure you get plenty of sleep. Proper sleep is really important to detoxify your brain and to consolidate memory. But the supplementation, make sure you take ubiquinol. Ubiquinol is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can purchase. Most people that take CoQ10, you're getting the wrong type. This is the best that you can get. You can't get anything better. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get this ubiquinol. It's the most bioavailable form of CoQ10. It's going to soak up free radicals, so it's going to put less stress on the neuron and less stress on your other cells in your body. It's going to help with the mitochondrial health, so you're going to have more energy levels in those cells and tissues. But it's really important for your neurons because you need healthy mitochondria to have the ATP to be able to produce the neurotransmitters and to be able to fire those neurotransmitters so you have that positive neuroplasticity, right? Now, ubiquinol will help with that neuroprotection, so make sure you take it and stack it with the NAD+. NAD+ is a supplement that will boost up your NAD+ levels, increase your energy, help to repair DNA damage, cellular DNA and mitochondrial DNA. So you're going to see benefits for your neurons and other cells and tissues. But NAD+ also helps to protect those neurons. Stack the ubiquinol and the NAD+ and apply that holistic approach that I mentioned earlier, and you're over time are going to slow down that aging process at the neural level. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Really important to protect your neurons. I'm telling you how to do it. It's a holistic approach. I could easily say, oh, just take a supplement and everything's going to be fine. That's not how it works. It's a holistic approach. And when you do it holistically and you have the proper supplementation, you stack it correctly, you are slowing down the aging process. So get the ubiquinol and the NAD+, stack them together, and do these other modalities that I talked about to improve your neural health. Blood flow is really important. So, improving your blood flow and doing cardio and improving your lipid profile will help with neural health. A lot of people in the United States have carotid blockage. Your carotid artery has plaque. Well, that means you have less blood flow to the brain. Don't you think that if you have less blood flow to the brain that your neurons aren't getting the nutrients it needs? So pay attention to me. You apply the holistic approach, you will age slower, you will have more vitality, and you're increasing the probability of not having to depend on pharmacopoeia and depending on medical care that many people are dependent on right now. So just take care of your body. Do it a little bit each day, and there's a compound effect. So please go to my store, get the NAD+, get the ubiquinol. Really important.
Uniting two of the biggest U.S. cable providers Right now, you have shares of Charter Communications of 1.6%. Applied Materials is the largest maker of chip manufacturing equipment in the U.S. They delivered a pretty lackluster forecast for the current period. It highlights the potential cost of the trade dispute with China. And mortgage rates, sorry, Paul, mortgage rates have increased for the first time in 4 weeks. According to Freddie Mac, the average for a 30-year fixed, 6.81%, 3.25 for somebody in the room. Yeah, that ain't bad. I kiss my mortgage every night. High mortgage rates weighing on would-be home buyers, obviously. We check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Have a great weekend.
Thank you. Absolutely great weekend. I got my 6% mortgage. I felt like a total putz. Now I'm like, I don't think we've been back to 6% since then. So I don't know.
I don't know how the kids are going to do
You're
it.
talking to a renter, so hopeless is how I feel.
All right. John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Isabel is sitting in for Alex Steele. I'm Paul Sweeney, live from our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. Some news coming out of the pharmaceutical space. Novo Nordisk is replacing its CEO amid increasing competitions for its Wegovy obesity shots and a 53% decline in the share price over the past 12 months. Boy, these stocks are on a tough time. They did so well during the pandemic, and everybody's trying to adjust post-pandemic, it seems like. I'm thinking about United Healthcare as well. Mikey Shaw joins us. He's the senior pharma and biotech analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. He's in London. He's one of our really, really good analysts over there in London, one of the best in the city, covering this space. He learned from an old guy, but he's the young guy. All right, Mikey Shaw, tell us what's going on at Novo. Isn't the CEO's problem, or do they have a bigger issue?
Yeah, I mean, they announced the decision today. Certainly unexpected by us. Seems a bit, abrupt in nature. Novo tends to be very steady in their approach. But they also take, a long-term approach to things. So maybe they think, Jorgensen can't kind of steer the ship in light of the challenges that they're facing and that their juice face as well. As I said, there's been a bit of a turn in fortune since mid-24. Some of that's been market challenges. Some of that's been pipeline execution. In terms of market challenges, I mean, difficult to know kind of what the CEOs, how they were meant to kind of react to that. You saw US policy pressures, and then you also saw headwinds from GLP-1 compounding. Due to supply shortages, and then on the pipeline side of things, you had underwhelming results for CagriSema, and then you also, we also had kind of reservations around Novo's oral obesity strategy. So that was heavily focused on peptides. They've done a series of deals recently which are now focused on oral small molecules. So that suggests that perhaps not investing sooner in that space was perhaps an oversight. And I think, the move today or the decision today, really reaffirms kind of perceptions that, while Novo had the first mover advantage in obesity, they certainly have lost ground to Eli Lilly now, which looks like it has a stronger obesity offering out of the two players.
What's interesting to me is how he will continue as CEO for a period to support a smooth transition to a new leadership. Quote, I mean, Novo has only had 3 CEOs. How will this affect sentiment? I mean, are people more optimistic and reinvigorated that yes, maybe we can finally have a turning point, or are they, you think, feeling a little bit more pessimistic because it sounds like they really have a good culture?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? I said that the timing seemed a bit odd. Novo is obviously, you're expecting an uptick in GLP-1 in the second half of the year as you see easing headwinds from compounding. I think the timing's a bit weird. The last time they changed their CEO, they announced the successor at the same time. That was Jorgensen, so the switch between Sorensen and Jorgensen. Today, they're basically just saying that they're reviewing internal and external candidates, but the strategy remains unchanged. The fact that they say the strategy remains unchanged makes us believe that it's clearly an execution issue, and that the board and the major shareholder, which is Novo Foundation through Novo Holdings, have clearly kind of lost confidence in Jorgensen.
So talk to us about the just kind of what we're seeing in the weight loss drug market generally. Where are we in its development? And how's it kind of shaking out in terms of leaders in that marketplace?
Yeah, so I think I think Lilly now is the clear leader. It's got the better portfolio, it's got the more effective drug out there. What's going to be key going forward now is there's going to be a lot of focus on oral GLP-1. So these fall into two categories. One, peptide, which is a large molecule, and then you've got the small molecule such as orforglipron. We think that orforglipron, which is Lilly's asset, that's clearly got the better profile when comparing that to Novo Nordisk oral semaglutide. That's in part because one, it's probably easier to scale because of the type of molecule that it is, and two, you don't have these kind of strict dosing criteria where you have to take it on an empty stomach, etc., which we think is a drawback to convenience. Now, we've seen kind of the difficulties in kind of scaling up injectable GLP-1s. We don't envisage the same issue with oral small molecule GLP-1s. So that will essentially allow kind of greater penetration of the obesity market.
The competition has definitely intensified, and Novo stock has more than halved in the past year. What about Trump's pharma tariffs? That looms over the company as well.
Yeah, I think it looms over Novo, and I think it looms over drug companies as a whole. Clearly negative, but also a source of volatility. There's no real detail on it, so it's difficult to kind of comment on the potential impact that these tariffs could have and when they're going to come in. And that's kind of commentary that we kind of heard over large pharma's 1Q results too.
All right, Mikey, thank you so much for joining us. Mike Shaw covers all the pharmaceutical companies for Bloomberg Intelligence over in London. We hired Mikey when he was a young associate. He did really well there. We promoted him to analyst. Did really well there. Got promoted to senior analyst. Now he's one of the senior folks in the city of London covering these big pharma companies. And it's just a great success story. And that's what Bloomberg Intelligence has had a lot of success with, which is identifying and nurturing young talent. Mike Shaw is certainly one of those there, and that's a great thing to see. Red headline crossing the terminal: Boeing near deal to avoid prosecution in crashes case. That's according to Reuters. So that's another piece of good news for Reuters and for a company that couldn't find a break for the longest time, the last several years, in terms of all the various safety issues they had in the government investigations. They've now had a pretty good week. Stock's off 1% today. It's up 15% year to date. And when we call earlier in the week, they got the biggest deal ever.
Yes, that was good news for them. I was
the Middle East with a huge plane order. So again, maybe things are turning around for our business at Boeing. So we'll have continued reporting on that story. Boeing near a deal to avoid prosecution in crashes case. That's again according to Reuters. Stocks at $204, down 1% today, but up 15% year to date. SP 500 unched. Dow same. NASDAQ, it's off 0.1%. So pretty calm day in terms of the index level movements there. Bitcoin calling it out. Tom on the upper side, $150,000.
Yeah. Bitcoin, what I'm noticing is Bitcoin is not wanting to get above 104. It's kind of just hovering there. It's hopefully there's a little bit of action in the positive direction next week. Please go to my store and pay attention to this core protocol that I have. All right, it's 4 pillars, and you can build off of it. You can take the core only, or you can build on top of it, or mix and match. But this is part of my daily routine. Now, the first pillar of the core is to boost up your immune system. In that pillar, you take either the Max 35, which is 35 parts per million, the Max 14, which is 14 parts per million, or Cleanse, which is 30 parts per million. They're at different price points, so that's the reason why I have them available for affordability. But you take a teaspoon a day, and by taking a teaspoon a day and you swish it in your mouth and you gargle about 20 seconds, 30 seconds, and swallow, what you're doing is you're improving your immune system. You're improving your oral cavity. You're improving the epithelial lining in your oral cavity and your oral pharynx. and you are improving that mucosal barrier. So you're improving your immune system, right? It behooves you to be taking this every day. If you're not feeling well, really important to take a tablespoon or two a day and then go back to your maintenance dose once you feel better. So allergy seasons, cold seasons, it's perfect for. All right. Also, if you have poor ear quality, gargle with this stuff, really important. All right, take it every day, teaspoon a day. It's the first pillar. The second pillar is C60, that soaks up free radicals. The third pillar is taking ashwagandha, lignans, and turmeric. That's going to bring down inflammation, boost up that immune system, and help with the cardiovascular system. And Boomer Boost, which is going to boost up those energy levels and your metabolism. It's a really great core as a protocol to slow down the aging process and to improve your longevity and vitality and your immune system. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the Max 35, the Max 14, or the Cleanse. They're at different price points. Take a teaspoon a day. I've been taking this pillar for over 5 years, every day. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right, let's take a look at another news posting here. This is something that Times Radio brought up. I don't know if, you think, ask yourself, do you think Putin is afraid to actually do a peace agreement? I don't know. Let's see.
We'll see this play out in just a couple of days in Istanbul. If Putin's position on the ceasefire is flexible, then this means he's ready for serious negotiation. If his position on the ceasefire is non-negotiable, however, this means we should be prepared for at least another 6 months of war.
So Vladimir Putin has not turned up in Istanbul. Do you think he's simply not interested in peace at all, that he just wants to continue the war?
I believe both extremes in views about Putin are misguided. On one end, the idea that he is determined to continue the war at all costs. On the other, that he is eager to end it by any means necessary. In reality, the truth lies somewhere in the middle.
What is it then, do you think, that Vladimir Putin wants to achieve before he decides he is ready to stop the war?
Booking a flight? Download Kayak's app and set a price alert. We'll notify you as soon as the price changes. In the meantime, do what people do. Procrastinate.
He is ready to stop the war.
After Trump entered the Oval Office and fostered the perception among both Putin and Russian society that he was sympathetic to Russia's position, support within Russia for continuing the war to a victorious end grew. However, this does not mean that Putin himself is unaware of the difficult and precarious position that Russia now finds itself in.
And what then, in the eyes of Putin, is the problem?
There are several problems. First, Putin is unsure whether Trump's proposal will still be on the table by September or even later in the autumn. Second, he cannot be certain that Europe won't eventually ramp up weapons and ammunition production to levels sufficient to support Ukraine. If not now, then over the coming year. And finally, his inner circle has begun to question what to do with the occupied territories, as the example of the Kursk region has demonstrated just how costly the reconstruction of those territories can be.
Пример Курской области показал, насколько огромные деньги нужны на их восстановление. So tell me, do you think that Putin is fooling Donald Trump, or is it that Donald Trump is simply more interested in normalizing relations with Russia than he is in forcing Russia to stop the fighting?
Мы это много обсуждали в нашем think-танке NEST и разных специалистов.
This has been a frequent topic of discussion within our think tank and among various Russia experts. And while the views differ, the general consensus is that Putin would prefer not to be left on his own without Trump's support against Ukraine and Europe.
Putin не хотел остаться без Трампа против Украины.
He hasn't entirely ruled out the possibility that Europe could significantly increase its military support for Ukraine.
Оказывать существенную военную помощь Украине, она не полностью Путиным исключается.
Do you think America, Donald Trump, could force Putin to negotiate? And what is it that Putin might actually fear?
Опять же, мы в нашем центре.
This is another question we've examined closely in our think tank. We believe that at present there are no economic sanctions capable of forcing Putin to end the war.
Санкции, которые бы сделали невозможным для Путина продолжение войны. А вот поставки.
However, the substantial and sustained supply of weapons to Ukraine could pose a serious threat to his ability to continue the conflict.
What about the possibility of taking action against oil supplies on those so-called Russian shadow ships?
Я вообще не очень понимаю, почему на эту тему сейчас.
I honestly don't really understand why this issue is causing so much conversation. At present, the price of oil has fallen below the price cap, so it appears Putin can legally export oil using regular non-shadow tankers. He no longer needs to rely on the shadow fleet to reach buyers. As a result, any additional sanctions targeting the shadow fleet would make virtually no difference at this point.
It is argued that it would be possible to apply action against countries that are buying Russian oil. Lindsey Graham, the American senator, is talking about that. Would that not cause a very serious problem for Russia and for Vladimir Putin?
Мне было бы странно услышать.
To me, it seems unlikely that these types of sanctions would have a significant impact on the main buyers of Russian oil, which are China and India. I'm not convinced the US is prepared to take such measures, and at the very least, the Kremlin appears confident that they won't be implemented.
Во всяком случае, в Кремле считают, что это не будет реализовано.
At what point then do you think we could see Putin ready to stop the war?
Мы это увидим буквально спустя.
We'll see this play out in just a couple of days in Istanbul. If Putin's position on the ceasefire is flexible, then this means he's ready for serious negotiations. If his position on the ceasefire is non-negotiable, however, this means we should be prepared for at least another 6 months of war.
То это значит, что он готов к серьезным переговорам. Если позиция по остановке огня будет необсуждаемой, это значит, что нам предстоит еще 6 месяцев боевых действий.
I wonder, though, on what terms could we see Putin actually willing to call a ceasefire?
Для меня сложный вопрос, готов ли он к прекращению огня. Но...
It's difficult for me to determine whether he's truly ready for a ceasefire. However, it's clear that his demand to halt the supply of weapons to Ukraine as a condition for a ceasefire would make any such agreement impossible. It depends how flexible his negotiating team will be on this issue. If his demands remain unchanged, it will indicate that he's not interested in a ceasefire. In that case, it suggests he's opting for another strategy, which is a summer offensive.
It could be.
So ultimately, do you believe that?
All right. So, if negotiations fail, in the next couple days in trying to create a ceasefire. And there is another 6 months of warfare. Putin most likely is testing to see if Washington will back Ukraine with weapons. And I think that's what he's testing. He's testing to see if Trump will dig in and support Ukraine. Or will Trump just stay on the sidelines? That's the test. That's what Putin is testing.
Even if we get to the point where Putin declares an end to the fighting, he will have in mind that he wants to continue the fighting in the end, having rearmed, recruited more troops with the aim of an ultimate victory.
Я убежден, что у Путина через 2
I'm fully convinced that 2 years after a ceasefire, Putin will have a strong intention to resume hostilities.
I don't think so. I don't think so. He's 69 years old, 70 years old. 2 years out, he's 72. There's some sort of health issue that Putin has that may add to further decline. And this war has been terrible for the Russian economy. So I don't think that he's going to actually have support to wage war when he's 72, 73 years old. I don't think so. I think this is the last hurrah.
The crucial question here is whether Ukraine will be a tough target by then or low-hanging fruit.
Тяжелая цель
Right.
или как низкий
So if it's a low-hanging fruit, then the true test is, will the United States actually back Ukraine if Putin fails to negotiate a peace agreement? That's a big question mark. I think Putin's testing Trump, and Trump may fail the test. Trump may actually just stay on the sidelines.
Some of the interesting 13F filing moves that we've seen, of course, is 13F filing season. So we're taking a look at what hedge funds have done in first quarter. So catching some attention actually is NVIDIA, of course, because we did see in those filings that Michael Burry's Scion Asset Management bought puts on NVIDIA ahead of liberation.
All right. France 24, which I think is a good feed here, just posted that Russia-Ukraine peace talks end after less than 2 hours in Istanbul. So let's just listen in on that.
Said that Ukraine, for its part, reiterated its focus on achieving an immediate ceasefire and a pathway to substantive diplomacy, adding that another round of talks on Friday between the teams is possible but not yet planned. For more, we'll cross now to our correspondent, Jasper Mortimer in Istanbul. Hi, Jasper. So what more can you tell us about what came out of these talks today?
I don't have very much for you either, I'm afraid. Both groups, the Russians and the Ukrainians, are preparing to give press conferences to their journalists. It seems as if the delegations haven't actually left Dolmabahce Palace, which is over there behind that stone wall that you see there. The delegates' cars are still parked outside the palace. So we're in the interregnum between the talks actually finishing and the delegates actually leaving the venue. Now, clearly the talks have not achieved anything, but this was to be expected because the delegation that the Russians sent along didn't include people who had decision-making powers. The Russian delegation was led by an aide, an advisor to Putin, called Vladimir Medinsky, and his second lieutenant was a deputy foreign minister. On the Ukrainian side, however, the delegation was led by Andrei Umarev, who is a defense minister, and part of the delegation included Andriy Yermak, who is said to be the second most powerful person in Ukraine. He's the head of President Zelensky's presidential office. So the Ukrainians did have people capable of making decisions and concessions to reach a peace deal, but the Russians did not. Now, it looks as if from here we'll have to get to a summit between President Putin and President Trump. Only that will only American pressure on Russia, it seems, would persuade President Putin to send a serious delegation to the peace table, a delegation that is capable of making concessions for peace.
Jasper Mortimer in Istanbul, rather. Thank you very much. Well, for some additional analysis then on these latest developments at those talks, our international affairs editor, Angela Diffley, joins me now on set. Hi, Angela. So we heard there from Jasper what little came out of this meeting. What do you make of it?
Yeah, these demands that Ukraine give up control of territory that it does still control before any ceasefire. Well, with all these coordination meetings that went on before the Russians and the Ukrainians sat down, it seems that nobody had an answer to that, except to call off the talks immediately, to collapse them and say, we're leaving, those are unacceptable demands. It's clear that the Russians have no intention of these talks going anywhere. These things are very sequential, usually small incremental steps leading to a laying down of arms for a temporary, usually finite amount of time, followed by further talks. You know, Putin knows all of that. This was never intended to go anywhere. And everything now depends on Trump, as he suggested yesterday. Can Zelensky persuade Trump that the Russians are playing him, as so many people have suggested, that the Russians are simply foot dragging, trying to get as much territory as they can, strengthen their position as much as possible before they make even the smallest concession? Or will Trump and Putin end up sitting down together, and Putin will hope that Trump, who appears to be easily persuaded by the last person he talked to, he will hope that he can persuade Trump. Also, don't forget, just look at the deals that were signed in the Middle East there. Russia has the possibility of mineral deals with the United States, not necessarily just with the United States, but with President Donald Trump. But those lines are increasingly blurred. And Putin might well at some stage come up with an offer that Trump deems to be interesting and get Trump on board. As we've said before, it's very difficult to see just how interested Trump is in Ukraine. Is it just an obstacle in the way, as we've often said, in relations between Moscow and Washington? Where is Europe in all of that? They will try to impose sanctions. As Zelensky said, if Putin is not going to play ball, if he is not serious, then there must be pressure exerted on him. Donald Trump has exerted no pressure on the Russians so far. He has occasionally expressed mild irritation. That is the extent of Trump's pressure on Russia, and there is often background talk of Washington lifting sanctions on Russia, which would completely undermine any other pressure put on Putin by the Europeans.
Now, you said, Angela, that European leaders are absent, at least in Istanbul. They are, for their part, meeting together with Volodymyr Zelensky at that one-day summit in Albania, where the war in Ukraine is obviously at the top of the agenda. Earlier, we heard Volodymyr Zelensky say that European leaders must put maximum pressure on Moscow if these talks indeed prove to be unsuccessful. Emmanuel Macron saying the same thing. So what happens next?
Well, those talks are not just European Union, they are also, Britain is there, and other countries in the continent of Europe on the periphery, but not members of the European Union, because many of them are impacted by a number of issues, not just Ukraine, but that is what is on the agenda, at the top of the agenda, as you say today. The real issue is the European Union cannot itself, let alone this wider grouping, agree on what sort of sanctions should they be on energy. There are implications there for various EU countries. Should they, on the frozen Russian assets, start spending that money? For the moment, they've only spent on the interest from frozen Russian assets. There are countries in favour of that and those against. The idea of boots on the ground created significant unease around the European Union before a number of countries committed and then pulled back to that from that idea. There is still, unfortunately, an amount of disunity within the European Union, let alone the wider grouping that is meeting in Albania today. So it is very difficult. They are making real progress, but it is going to take such a long time to bear fruit on the idea which Emmanuel Macron has championed well before the Ukraine war, that Europe needs to have a proper manufacturing defense industry, that it needs to boost it immeasurably, and that it needs to become more or less autonomous. It cannot depend on the United States. NATO needs to have a European pillar that can do an awful lot by itself if NATO continues to exist. All of those things interlinked, of course, but there is no real agreement. On that area, there is significant progress.
Angela Diffley, thank you very much.
So we received the MRI results, and when we did, he had a very large tumor.
When we started out, we knew that the insurance company, everything was paying everything. But after I got out 6 months later, I got a bill, and it's like, oh, wait a minute. I have a little farm here. Oh, it's only 40 acres of farm. I grow my horse hay for the year, make chow hay, and everything's really good.
Darren does all the outside work. He's involved with all that daily outside roping and feeding and that type of activity. And I do the business part of it. The original bill was like a $34,000 bill. The first thing I said when I saw the bill was like, what the heck? You know, this is a lot of money. And I didn't know the office. I never had seen the name of that doctor.
They could break you. You know, I got my little farm and everything. Oh, I'm not going to sell it, but you could be so broke and everybody wanting everything.
Then I started.
So just a few years ago, cable completely dominated the broadband landscape with about a 67% market share. They have been losing share to the telecom players, the Verizons, the T-Mobiles, and the AT&Ts of the world, because those players have come out with a much cheaper broadband solution with what is known as 5G home internet or fixed wireless access, which is priced about 20 to 30% lower than a cable broadband product. They've also been ramping up their fiber rollout. So cable kind of really facing it on both ends of the spectrum in terms of competition. And this is really just about them kind of gaining scales and better efficiencies in operations.
So they've had talks about this more than a decade ago, and to many people's point, this really isn't a surprise. What changed in that horizon? Like, why was it not pushed through before, and why are we seeing it happen right now?
I mean, there have been multiple things. Regulatory concerns have obviously been, one of the foremost issues for the cable space. Remember, I think just less than 10 years ago, in 2016, Comcast tried to buy Time Warner Cable, failed in that transaction, and then Charter went ahead and then acquired, Time Warner Cable. So regulatory issues have certainly been, front and center. And I think, right now, the stimulus for this was really the fact that the cable industry is kind of facing all of these challenges from the telecoms, intense competitive challenges, and I think Cox really saw this as a really good strategy for them to exit.
All right, so this begs the question, and you mentioned it earlier. What does Comcast do here? Is there a response here from Comcast? Is there a strategic response here?
So Comcast actually already has a deal kind of in the works in terms of their spin-off of their cable networks. That's on the media side of the business. That's not on the cable side of the business. But they are spinning off their cable networks. That should happen sometime a little bit later this year. And the expectation, Paul, has been that once that deal happens, once they spin off that cable networks division into its own entity, that will become a roll-up for many other networks, most notably, the Warner Brothers Discovery networks, maybe even, a smaller AMC networks. So really, there's been a lot more chatter for Comcast on the media side rather than the cable side, but we'll have to wait and watch.
When it comes to antitrust, do you think that it helps that Charter Cox deal isn't a big tech company? Because we know that competition officials, even Vice President J.D. Vance, have really closely looked at that space.
Yeah, I think that definitely helps. Also, remember, this is, there is absolutely no overlap in terms of their footprint. Cable is a very regional business. So, again, this does not in any way hamper competition. It's actually good for consumers. And the one thing that, the Charter executives kept mentioning on the call was, they are going to create more jobs in America. So this is, good overall. And so definitely, just kind of given the size and scope of the transaction, we don't really expect any big regulatory pushback.
All right, Geetha Ranganathan, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Geetha Ranganathan, she covers all the media companies for Bloomberg Intelligence. She's based in Princeton, New Jersey. Again, a big deal. Charter Communications, CHTR is the ticker, buying privately held Cox Communications for a $21.9 billion equity value. There's also a lot of debt in there, so the enterprise value is much higher. Big transaction that the folks down in Atlanta, the Cox family, have been a long-time family company owning a wide variety of media assets, newspapers like the Atlanta Constitution, radio stations, TV stations, cable, amongst other things. So this is a big transaction for them. They are getting out of the cable television business, and they're considered very smart operators. That tells you how tough that business is when they're saying they cannot compete with their scale. So big transaction in that space. Stocks, not much happening out there. S&P 500 up 5 points. A lot more coming up. This is Bloomberg.
All righty. Want to go over there is this in-depth analysis with the Ukraine-Russia talks in Istanbul by Al Jazeera. It was published about 12 minutes ago. So let's listen into that. All right, but before we do,
Danko joins us now.
Before we go into that, let me just quickly talk about this stack that's going to help with your cardiovascular health and your immune system. Take olive leaf extract. This is a dual purpose supplement that's on my store. This will bring down inflammation and help with your lipid profile. That's going to help with by bringing down inflammation, that's going to help prevent plaque from building up at the vascular level, and bringing down chronic inflammation will help your immune system. Also, olive leaf extract will bring down that LDL level and increase your HDL levels, reducing plaque formation. Ashwagandha brings down cortisol levels and helps you to control your blood glucose levels. That's going to bring down inflammation at the vascular level and systemically. So that's going to help with your immune system and vascular system. Turmeric brings down pro-inflammatory cytokines, soaks up free radicals. So this is really important overall to bring down inflammation. This is great for your immune system, great for your vascular system. And if you have problems with arthritis, taking higher doses of turmeric may help to reduce that inflammation. So please go to my store, take the turmeric, take the olive leaf extract and the ashwagandha, stack them together, boost up that immune system, and help with your cardiovascular health.
Live from Istanbul. So Dimitri, I'm hearing that talks are now over. Any sign that they were making progress? Well, it's been a whole mixed bag of messages coming out of these talks. The previous day when nothing happened, today when we've had at least 2 hours of conversation between the two sides. Now, what we know is the Russian and the Ukrainian delegations were in the same room for around 2 hours. This is already a major step forward because this hasn't happened in more than 3 years. Now, both of these sides are now preparing press releases on the results of the talks, but it's interesting to see what messages have been coming out. Different media citing sources because this meeting was, of course, held behind closed doors. Russian media, at the end, when other media were saying that the talks are over, the Russian media was saying the Russian delegation took a pause and just
left the room temporarily. This is nothing, of course, but at the same time, it might indicate that something major happened at the very end of these talks, which just caused them to end. The fact that they spoke for 2 hours is already quite important. A source in the Ukrainian delegation, quoted by Reuters news agency, is saying that the Russian delegation has put forward unrealistic demands, specifically citing the Russian demand for Ukraine to withdraw from Ukrainian territory. Now, this most likely implies that the Russian delegation, if this is true, demanded that Ukraine pull out all of its army, all of its forces from the 4 regions that Russia annexed in 2022, in September, October. Now, this could be the beginning of bargaining, where then Russia compromises and says, okay, fine, let's end it at the separation line, because Russia does not control any of those regions 100%. So we will have to, of course, wait for those press releases from 2 delegations to compare what they're saying. But a key difference is that the Ukrainian delegation has been openly demanding that these talks lead to a ceasefire, whereas the Russian envoy, Vladimir Medinsky, he is the aide to Vladimir Putin, the president was not here, of course, said that Russia is looking for long-term peace. Now, this word combination, I think, is important and is basically in juxtaposition to the demands of a 30-day ceasefire, which could seem like short-term for Russia.
All right, and thanks to Dimitri there for bringing us that update from Istanbul. Let's discuss these diplomatic talks in more detail with our guest. Vyacheslav Matuzov is a political analyst and former Russian diplomat. He joins us from Moscow. Peter Zalmayev is the executive director of Eurasia Democracy Initiative, and he joins us now from Kiev. If I could start with Peter. So is Ukraine moving at a much faster pace than Russia when it comes to responding to the US push for peace talks?
Well, it seems like Vladimir Putin has simply ignored Donald Trump's demand of a 30-day ceasefire. He basically spat in the face of the American president by essentially proposing these meaningless talks in Istanbul, which are a simple reiteration of what we saw 3 years ago. The Russians are back to the negotiating table. Putin refused to go. Instead, he sends this low-level nobody, Mr. Medinsky, an ex-minister of culture. So what are we supposed to make of it? It's a clear signal Putin does not want to negotiate on anything other than Ukraine's capitulation. That is what you just referred to in your report. Your correspondent, when you talk about a longer-term kind of agreement that Russians are after, this is a kind of Orwellian doublespeak for essentially Ukraine's capitulation or cessation of Ukraine as a state able to control its foreign policy, able to decide on military alliances, and able to maintain a serious army, and not just a kind of national guard of 50,000 that Putin foresees for Ukraine.
Okay, Vyacheslav Matuzov in Moscow. Is Moscow less enthusiastic about these talks, given the issue of the ceasefire, that Moscow appears only interested in a temporary ceasefire at this point, the fact that we didn't see its president travel to Turkey as we saw from the Ukrainian side? How do you read that?
The goal of Russian delegation, as I understand, came to Turkey, come to Istanbul, not for reaching ceasefire. It is not the goal of Russian delegation. It's different from Ukrainian position. Ukrainian position is very much interested in achieving ceasefire immediately. It is critically important for Ukrainian side, that's not for Russian side. And Russia came there to discuss the key problems. This Russian position was very plainly explained by Medinsky today in the morning in his press conference. He openly said what the goal of Russian Federation is: reaching understanding on all important issue that interested the Russian Federation. It is stability and national interest of Russian Federation. And that's why I cannot see here any opportunity to close this gap between position of the Ukrainian and the Russian Federation. I think that the difficulties with negotiation will stay because approach to this negotiation absolutely different. Russian delegation waited for coming Ukrainians who were in Istanbul during 24 hours, even more, 63 hours. 36 hours.
Right.
And that's why I think that Russian position is clear. We are ready to discuss very important points for Russian security disturbances.
Okay, so that's a good point. If I may,
ready to discuss, we discuss. If not, no.
okay. All right, let me jump in there because that's, I think, a good point to focus on now. Peter, the two sides in the end did end up talking for 2 hours. What were they talking about? What was the starting point? Was it where things left off in 2022? Is that an acceptable starting point for the Ukrainian side? Do we know the answers to some of those questions?
Well, I suspect since 2022, Russia's demands have grown, and Russia has obviously been emboldened by Donald Trump's refusal to press them against the wall, so to speak, and demand some serious concessions from the Russians. It seems like the only concessions that are being asked of Ukrainians. And as Donald Trump said, because the big concession is Russia is making is by promising not to invade the rest of Ukraine, where if it could, it would have done this a long time ago. 3 years and counting later, we're still there, and Russia is still very, very, very slowly making its progress in the Donbass. At this rate, it will take several decades.
Peter, does that mean, should we understand from what you're saying, Peter, does that mean that Ukraine does not accept to start talks from things like it is not going to join NATO, that's a given. It will recognize Russian sovereignty over parts of Ukraine Russia claims. Some of those things that Donald Trump's administration seemed to signal was the starting point. Is that still being resisted by Ukraine?
Well, it's not necessarily being resisted on its own. You have to understand that there's a lot of positions that are not really being fully discussed. I mean, the one sticking point would be for Russia to, which is probably going to do, is going to demand that Ukraine leave those parts of those occupied territories which are not occupied. Donetsk, Kherson, Zaporizhia, that are not occupied. That means Ukraine would have to withdraw from more of its territory. That's obviously not as a non-starter for Ukraine. We understand that probably NATO membership is a non-starter, but in the absence of NATO, we're waiting to see what security guarantees are being provided. The rare earth and minerals, the treaty that we signed with the Americans. I mean, is that a worthy substitute to this? To the membership of NATO? Probably not. So we are still waiting to see. And the Russian side is not willing to agree to the presence of any foreign troops on the territory of Ukraine. So this is where we are in an impasse. That's why no progress is being made, because the position of both sides are still irreconcilable.
Vyacheslav, on that point, are the discussions from the Russian perspective really now about fine-tuning? It's moved beyond the question of whether or not Ukraine joins NATO, whether or not Russia will fully pull out of all Ukrainian territory. Is it more along the lines of some finer details about what kind of security guarantees the West could give Ukraine that Russia would be comfortable with? And to what extent is that stuff going to be worked out directly between Putin and Donald Trump, not just in these sorts of direct talks between Russia and Ukraine?
Correct. I agree with this view, because Russia very plainly explained its position to all NATO states, all NATO organizations, including the United States and European countries, in December 21. And in this refusal to discuss the situation from this angle to Ukrainian situation, ended with Russian military actions in February 22. That's a beginning point. And then I can say that Russia battled with its security situation in the western frontiers, and I don't consider that Russia will be Russian position who can be changed even, because we are very simply explained why we began these military actions. First of all, the second thing, it is about the four regions that are now considered to be Russian constitutionally, because in Russian constitution changes were made in 22, even or the beginning 23, when they included Zaporozhye, Kherson, Lugansk, Donetsk to the Russian Federation. That's why Ukraine demand to return that regions back to the Ukrainian sovereignty. It is not acceptable for Russian, and I think...
Of course, it's not internationally recognized, so of course, Mr. Vyacheslav, the Russian...
Discussing this issue, Russian forces will be going ahead, and if they are considered that Russia very slowly moving to the west, I think this mistake can be changed during some period of time in the nearest future.
All right, we'll have to leave it there. Let's thank both of our guests, Peter Zanmayev, the Executive Director of the Eurasia Democracy Initiative, and Vyacheslav Matuzov, political analyst.
I think that Trump is being tested by Putin to see if Trump is going to back Ukraine if there's no peace agreement. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the C60. C60 is a very strong antioxidant. It's very potent. It's the second pillar of my core protocol. I have been taking C60 since 2016. Take a teaspoon a day, take it on an empty stomach for best absorption. If you work out, take it before your workout. It will soak up the free radicals during your workout and help you recover. C60 soaks up those free radicals at the cellular level, helps with the mitochondrial health, boosts up those energy levels so you have more ATP, you have healthier mitochondria, less stress in the cell, means less stress in your tissues, means less stress in your organ systems. That means they perform better. They age slower. Your immune system will be better, your endocrine system will be better. By soaking up free radicals at the vascular level, you're reducing the chances of building up plaque, because plaque starts with inflammation and then LDL is oxidized, and that LDL that's oxidized gets into the middle of your blood vessel, and then macrophages come and try to eat that up and turns into a foam cell, and then plaque starts to form. That's bad. By reducing your LDL and reducing the free radicals in your bloodstream, you're reducing plaque formation. So take C60 every day. Also, C60 helps with your mitochondrial health in your neurons. You're reducing the stress in the neuron, you're soaking up those free radicals, you're helping more ATP to be generated with healthier mitochondria in the neuron. And so your neurons are producing the neurotransmitters to fire. So you'll be thinking more clearly, you'll be thinking faster, your memory will improve, you'll have even better coordination. Why? Because healthier neurons that help to coordinate your body, your kinematics, those neurons will be healthier. So C60, taking over a long period of time, you're going to see many benefits. Take a teaspoon a day, every day. You can get it in extra virgin olive oil, avocado oil, or MCT coconut oil. C60 has to be suspended in an oil so you can absorb it. All right. If you are hearing people giving you C60 just in a powdered form, wrong. That's the wrong way to take it. All right. It needs to be suspended into a lipid. All right. So you can absorb it. So please go to my store, get the MCT coconut oil, avocado oil, or extra virgin olive oil. You can get it in a 2 ounce, a 4 ounce, or an 8 ounce configuration. It is cheaper per ounce at the higher ounce configuration. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order, including purchasing C60. And take it every day. Take a teaspoon every day. And you will notice that you're slowing down your aging process. Your endocrine system is going to be performing better. Your immune system is going to be performing better. You're going to be thinking more clearly. And after that year of taking it, and you just look in the mirror, do like a before and after picture, you're going to notice that you look younger. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the C60. Now, there are many people that also have stated that they have better functions with their thyroid and also with their eyes. So you will see other benefits. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Also, take a look at the great dual-purpose deodorants that I have. I've partnered up with Rainbow Herbals, and we've developed these deodorants for males and females that will help to detoxify your body, but you use it as a deodorant too. It has no aluminum, no baking soda, made from essential oils from the Himalayas. Extremely high quality. So please go to my store, get the peppermint, lavender, and tea tree, or the citrus. It's for males and females. Get a couple bars for your household. Help support your health and help support the work that I do. I develop, these videos and these broadcasts to inform the public on how to improve their health. All these things that I'm doing are for free. All right. So help support by purchasing the products. Another great stack to help with your cardiovascular health and your neural health and your cellular metabolism is the stack I'm going to show you. Omega-3 will help to prevent your red blood cells from overly sticking together and creating clots. So it's great to reduce clot formation if you're concerned about overclotting. Omega-3 also helps to bring down systemic inflammation. That's important for your immune system and your vascular system. And omega-3 helps with your lipid profile, bringing down LDL levels and helping to improve your HDL levels. That means less plaque buildup. Take omega-3 every day to help with your vascular system. And in terms of cellular metabolism and neural health, vitamin B complex is really important. The first 4 B vitamins helps to boost up the health of your mitochondria. Mitochondria is extremely important for ATP creation. That's the energy source that your cell needs. When you get older, your mitochondria health will decline and your ATP declines. That's the main reason why people that are older have less energy. So there's also an endocrine issue too with elderly. But the issue that I'm talking about is how to improve the ATP side of the equation. And that is to improve the health of your mitochondria. Now, the other B vitamins also helps with cellular metabolism. And if you have your cells working properly, your organ systems are working properly, and therefore you're reaching homeostasis. Now, vitamin B complex also has B12. B12 is neuroprotective. It helps to protect your neurons. If you're 40 years of age or older, guess what? You should be taking B complex like right now, every day. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the B complex, get the omega-3, a great stack to help with your cardiovascular health, your cellular metabolism, and neural protection.
$104,000 per token. Alex Steele totaling away at a refinery somewhere down in the oil patch. WTI
This has to be Trump's best week in office so far. Even the Democrats are saying he's doing okay.
Well, look, this is one of the most consequential presidents in American history. I mean, he's in the same league as Jefferson or Jackson or Lincoln or FDR. And he moves with amazing speed and very decisively. But at the same time, when you're watching him with today's specific tactic, in the back of his mind, he's got 5 or 6 strategies underway, all of them occurring in parallel. So you have people back home writing the great big beautiful bill, which I think ought to be considered the Make America Affordable Again Act. You have people who walk up to him and say, Turkey and Saudi Arabia would love for you to meet with the Syrian president, and boom, he turns in the corner and says, why not? Most presidents would have staffed that for 6 weeks, had 30 different professionals engaged. I'm sure Trump did it almost on the spur of the moment. The numbers you just put up add up to over $1 trillion in investments and sales. In fact, I'm doing a piece for English 360 on President Trump's jobs tour, because we've never seen an American president who went out around the world not to give away American money, but to gain investments in America. This is a dramatically different approach than we've seen in our lifetime.
I want to get back to that, to the big, beautiful bill. It looks like it's going to be delayed at this point. If Republicans can't get it done and soon, how big a problem is that for the GOP?
Well, it's a huge problem both for the American people, who deserve to have steps taken to make their lives more affordable, and it's a big problem for the Republican Party, which will lose the 2026 election if they can't get this bill through, I think, by July 4th. You have to get this bill passed for lower taxes, for less regulation, for more investment, for bigger take-home pay, for a better child tax credit. There are a ton of good things in this bill. I have faith that Speaker Johnson, working with President Trump, remember, Trump has been focused entirely in the Middle East for a week. I suspect after a good night's sleep that sometime tomorrow he'll start to focus on this bill, and I think things will get solved pretty rapidly. One example, they currently don't start workfare to require people who are able-bodied to work for 4 years. When we passed it in '96, it went into effect immediately. That one change will save hundreds of billions of dollars.
Yeah, I'm sure it should be done. Last one, Lou. Listen to what Trump had to say about the cover-up of Biden's mental decline. Roll that tape, please.
I know people that are 89, 90, 92, 93 years old that are literally perfect. But Joe was not one of them. And they did a lot of hiding. They were really playing games. And, you can't do that. Our country's just stake. You see, even a thing like this, there's so many decisions from billions and billions, but then you have even more important decisions. You have decisions for life. And you can't have a man in that condition. And everybody was holding back, including the press, including the media.
Lou, how long will this hang over the Democrats?
Oh, I think 228 and maybe 232. Look, nobody's even gotten around to questions like who actually approved all of the pardons that were released at the very end of his term. Exactly. Clearly, he did not. So who was doing it? Who was running the country? Who was making decisions? And of course, then the disgraceful failure of the elite media, who were totally part of the cover-up.
Yeah, I would like to know who was the real president for the last 6 months of his presidency.
That's right.
Always a pleasure to have you on the show. Come again soon, please. See you later.
Thank you.
All right. So we're going to go.
There was a way to know.
We're going to go to
bullish or bearish. The day.
We're going to go back to Bloomberg, but before we do, just quickly, I apologize for the lost feed on Rumble. So I had to restart Rumble, and then that affected the YouTube feed. So I had to reset that. So I apologize. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the structural nanosilver toothpaste that I have. This will whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, help reduce the inflammation at the gum line, improve your gum line, and with good oral hygiene, you're reducing vascular disease and valvular disease. Please go to my store and get the structural nanosilver gels. I have 2 types in the tube form and in the quick dispenser. Have some at work, have some at home. You never know when you need it. You can use it as an aftershave. You can use it as a daily skincare. If you're sick or someone around you is sick, guess what? Put it on your hands, around your mouth, around your eyes, around your nose. Lightly coat your nostrils, stays active for 5.5 hours. If you cut yourself, put it on that cut or abrasion or minor burn. It will help to heal it quicker. So please go to my store, use this multi-purpose structural nanosilver gel, and just be prepared. You never know when you need it. All right, let's go to balance of power. I'm sure they're going to demonize Trump.
Phone call from Donald Trump tonight. He's on his way back from Abu Dhabi. He's got time. He's sitting on the jet with the phone. A lot of people in the other ear. Here's the list. You don't have to look further than the terminal. Republican representatives, you can recite it for me. Chip Roy, Ralph Norman, Josh Grachene, Lloyd Smucker, and Andrew Clyde. Voting with Democrats. If you're not too familiar with the process, it is incredibly rare for something like this to not even get out of committee. What is the speaker going to do now? So we start our conversation with Maya McGinnis, watching this all happen from her perch as president of the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget. Maya, it's great to see you. We've got breaking news here, and I've got a lot of questions for you as always. But based on what we just saw and heard on Capitol Hill, is there a chance that one big beautiful bill never passes at all?
Well, first off, what timing is this, right? I'm just still processing everything just happened after watching the whole hearing. I don't think that's the way this story ends. I think that this proceeds after there are some negotiations and some changes to accommodate the fiscal hawks who voted against it. I think it goes out of the House. I think then you have another massive showdown with the Senate, which is unwilling to even do some of the reforms that the House has included. Ultimately, and I've been saying this for a while, I think it could pass as a massive budget buster, as it is currently, or it could end in just temporary extensions and limping along to continue to figure it out. But those fiscal hawks are not comfortable with the borrowing that is in the bill, and I sympathize with them. It's huge.
Well, let's talk about busting the budget here, Maya, because as always, the committee has done quite a bit of work looking at least what we believe and what we have now in terms of legislation of what it might mean for the deficit and debt moving forward. The developing House reconciliation bill, as you write, is shaping up to add roughly $3.3 trillion to the debt through fiscal year 34, setting the stage for more than $5.2 trillion of additional debt if policymakers ultimately extend temporary provisions. And that might be right where we are, Maya, because Speaker Johnson needs to sweeten the pot for SALT Republicans, and he needs to cut even more to make the Freedom Caucus happy. So are these numbers going to be even worse?
Yeah, there's a couple of points. One, a big part of this bill is just temporary tax cuts. Remember, we're in this situation right now because there are a bunch of temporary tax cuts expiring. And you've got the Senate saying, oh, we shouldn't have to pay for them because we always meant for them to be permanent. They made them temporary, so the bill would be smaller when they first passed in 2017. And now it's saying they shouldn't have to pay for them. And yet, in the very same breath, they're also, so far in the House and the Senate, I assume will do the same thing, putting in new tax cuts on a temporary basis. So it's really arguing, baseline people are sick of baselines, I'm sure, but multiple baselines at one time. Don't charge us for extending things. Don't charge us for the full cost if they're temporary. So there is a very strong chance that these tax cuts that they're put in place will be extended because it always plays out that way. So the price tag will be much larger there. And then two, to your point, they're not done negotiating. The SALT folks don't think that a $30,000 cap is enough. They want to cut it. This is a very expensive bill, and fiscal hawks would not be comfortable doing that in a way where it's just deficit finance. They want more off.
We talked to Nicole Malliotakis about that around this time yesterday. The Republican from New York has this incredible scenario in which she has to straddle her sitting on the Ways and Means Committee with her membership in the SALT caucus. So they got to $30,000, raised the cap to 30, up from 10. Here's what she told us yesterday about what that means for her district.
SALT right now is roughly, it's about 215 billion. We want to stay within that piece. Now, that may mean you need to adjust the dials. A tripling of the deduction to $30,000 covers 98% of my district. Now, would I have liked a higher number? Sure. But it's not what you want, it's what you need.
Here's the problem, Maya. She wasn't even allowed in a meeting with SALT Republicans because the other day because of her role on the Ways and Means Committee. This is how chippy it's gotten on Capitol Hill. Does the issue of SALT as a singular issue here threaten this bill the most?
It's interesting. I saw that interview and I thought, oh, I wonder how people will respond to that, because the SALT group is diehard on this issue. Is it the biggest threat? I don't think it's the biggest threat. I think the biggest threat is the fiscal conservatives. I think it's the debt levels. I think it is the more that bill hangs out there and people understand that you are talking about adding 3 to 5 trillion from this version. And like I said, I think it gets worse, not better. I think the real threat is that there are just enough Republicans who've been talking about the need for fiscal responsibility and spending cuts. They cannot stomach, no matter what the talking points are, they cannot stomach a bill that would add to deficits and debt. That's where I see the breakdown. The SALT folks should be very happy with 30. They're still negotiating, they'll negotiate to the last minute. Reasonably expensive. And
Hear that from Maya McGinnis? They're listening to us right now, Maya. You're going to get the emails just like I am.
Yeah, I sure am. And I know it's the only group that's scarier is the seniors when you say something about not adding new benefits. But, there's a strong and interesting case, and people don't appreciate this, but why would states that are low tax states be subsidizing high tax states when those high tax states are getting something in return? They are getting benefits, they are getting programs. These are the decisions the states make. So it's difficult to say, well, you have fewer benefits, you should subsidize ours, which is really what it is. I'm getting
to the heart of the matter. Yeah, I'm in big trouble. I'm going to go home after this.
Sorry to break you down.
Okay. Spending time with Maya McGinnis here. As if you're just joining us, the bill failed in the Budget Committee. The lead off to the big, beautiful week that was going to end with a floor vote next week. Maya, you've been through this a couple of times. What do you think happens next? It looks like they're not coming back today. Could Speaker Johnson still pull off a floor vote next week?
I think he could. I'm not saying that it's certain at all, but I certainly think he could. First, I've been amazed because every time I look at where they are, I'm like, I don't see how you get to the next step, and they have. And I think Chair Arrington has done a great job kind of making everybody feel heard through this. I think there are some trades that could happen. It seems to me that some of the holdouts might say, in return for, or we want you to have, we are very, very uncomfortable with how these tax cuts expire, and that the savers don't phase in until after President Trump leaves office. They wait 4 or 5 years, right? So like it's all backward in the savings that never happens when it's structured that way. I could see them insisting that the savings is moved up, and that becomes something that would entice them to vote this out of committee. And then there might be some space for SALT there. Again, I don't think there should be, and it's so expensive, hard to do it. But I think that's what it is. It's moving up some of the savers that might get some folks to buy in.
So you're saying there's a chance?
There's certainly, I think it depends on what the president has to say as well. I'm sure they will be hearing from him. And,
right. Well, that's exactly right. We've seen him turn Ralph Norman around before. I don't know if Chip Roy's taking that phone call today, Maya. This is going to be a really interesting 12-hour period to track. Maya McGinnis in the clutch. How about that? At high noon here on Bloomberg. Where else are you going to hear that? With the president of the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget. I see you, Matt Miller. If you want to email me, you can. I'm trying to ask the right questions here as we find our way to a deal on SALT. It'll happen eventually, according to Maya McGinnis. And maybe we will see a vote next week. Of course, if it happens, we'll experience it all together here on Bloomberg. We're going to have a special conversation coming up next with the former congressman from Virginia, Denver Riggleman. He's in Dubai, investing in AI. His view on the president's trip next, right here on Bloomberg.
I think it's fascinating. It's absolutely fascinating. And the artificial intelligence investment that's going on in the Middle East. And also, when they had their conference at the U.S.-Saudi Investment Forum, they were interviewing oil and gas CEOs and engineers and investors. And they were saying that there was lots of investment in AI in oil and gas exploration and drilling and improving the processes. It's amazing. I didn't even think of that you could take a drill bit and have a sensor on the drill bit And it's taking the telemetry of the drilling of the hole and analyzing what kind of rock it is, what the speeds should be for the drill bit. And when you're drilling, not only are you drilling downward, you have to go up and then down, up and then down, up and then down, and be able to put less pressure on the bit, get some of the lubricants that go into the hole to be able to drill that rock. And so all this can be automated using artificial intelligence. Fascinating, absolutely fascinating. Another thing is that when they start pumping out oil in a reservoir, all right, there are certain areas within the reservoir that they can't get the oil because of the shape of the reservoir. So there may be a patch of oil within the reservoir that their drilling operation and their pumping operation doesn't get. So they have to pump in certain types of fluids to try to mix it and then be able to pump it out. Well, you can use artificial intelligence to know, getting data feeds from deep drilling and knowing when to put in some of these liquids to be able to swish the oil around in the reservoir to be able to pump it out. So extraction, the efficiency of extraction is going to increase with using, the point I'm making is the artificial intelligence in the oil and gas industry is actually going to be able to get more out of the well. Fascinating. Absolutely. I never thought of it until I was listening to what they were doing. And then safety, in terms of safety, creating safety guidelines on these, at the refinery plants, because they are very explosive, and even on deep offshore drilling rigs. So I think that's pretty cool, honestly, and as a use case for artificial intelligence. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the clarity factor. It gets rid of that brain fog. It allows you to have those neurons firing, so you're gonna be able to concentrate better at work, at home, in school. It even works if you're retired, all right? So allow you to concentrate on tasks. But if you're at work or in school and you need to concentrate, clarity factor is great to take. Take it every day, all right? Very important. Get rid of that brain fog. Get those neurons firing. Get those dendritic connections wiring up, and that means your memory is going to improve. Your thinking will be more clear and quicker. Very important for just overall neural health, and it helps to support your memory. So please take the clarity factor every day. Resveratrol. Been taking resveratrol for decades. It soaks up free radicals. It's an antioxidant. It helps with mitochondrial health, so it's going to boost up your energy levels, and your mitochondria is really important as an anti-aging item. If you have bad, unhealthy mitochondria, your energy levels will go down, your cells won't perform better, and you will age faster. And resveratrol helps with youthful gene expression. Super important. Stack this with C60, clarity factor, NAD+, and ubiquinol to get the max benefits. So a great stack would be the clarity factor and the resveratrol, help with your neural health, and the mitochondria, really important.
Of course, watching Wall Street for us every day here on the fastest show in politics. You know when to tune in. This is a routine now, right? You start at 12 Eastern, high noon, because you know there's going to be breaking news in Washington. Whether the president's in town, which he's not right now, on the way back from the Middle East. We're going to talk about his trip in a moment with Denver Riggleman. Or the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue, where we had a breaker, high noon, the Budget Committee fails to pass what the president calls one big beautiful bill. Yeah, if you're just joining us, we need to catch up on this.
This is crazy.
Chair Jody Arrington delivering the news a short time ago. Listen.
This is crazy.
Well, the noes have it. The committee stands in recess, subject to the call of the chair. I want to thank everybody for their time and patience, and Godspeed and safe travels.
Godspeed and safe travels. Saying later, dryly, for members, I do not anticipate us coming back today. The final tally, 21-16, as you heard it. Chip Roy, Ralph Norman, and company voting with Democrats to sink the bill. This coming just an hour or two after President Trump went on social media, Truth Social, calling on Republicans to unite behind one big beautiful bill. He said, stop talking and do it. Well, guess what? Chip Roy is still talking, and at the moment, there is no way forward here. It was supposed to clear budget today, rules on Monday, to the floor in time for a big, full smash vote ahead of Memorial Day. That was supposed to be the plan. Now we're picking up the pieces, or back to the drawing board, or whatever cliche you suggest. And somebody who's been through the throes of debates like this, staring down the barrel of a deadline, in this case to a looming debt limit expiration, is Denver Riggleman. Now we're going to talk to Denver. I thought we were going to be talking about a couple different things here, and we are. Because Denver spent the week, our former Republican congressman from Virginia, who you know from this program, has spent the week overseas, just as President Trump did. Denver now helps to run and has founded an AI company, which is what brought him over there. We're going to get into some of the investments and the important turn toward innovation in the Middle East with Denver, who's joining us right now live from Dubai. I've got to ask you, though, Denver, I guess this is why partly you're not in Congress anymore. What just happened in budget? These are members of the Freedom Caucus who sank the bill President Trump says needs to pass. Is this thing dead? Can the speaker find a plan B?
It's not dead, but it's on life support. You know, I know all of them, right, Joe? And, you know, I've known Chip, I know Ralph, I know Jody, I know them very well. And, you know, Jody can sometimes be pretty practical, but Ralph and Chip, once they dig in, they're going to dig in. So I think what we're looking at right now is they're going to ask for concessions in order to get that out of committee. And I don't know if everybody's going to be willing to do those concessions. And so I think you're going to see a couple days of crazy up there on the Hill. And with Jody coming up and saying, oh, we're not coming back today, yeah, there's going to be a lot of discussions and screaming and yelling tonight. You know, I know. So that's what's happening right now, my friend. That's what's happening right now.
The phone calls are going out too, right? President Trump is on Air Force One with nothing to do but talk.
Yeah, I mean, who knows, you know, what he's saying right now. I mean, but I got a feeling that the phones are lighting up all over D.C.
Incredible. Whether or not we see a floor vote next week, I don't know if that's important with regard to timing for the speaker, Denver, but is Donald Trump still de facto speaker, or does Mike Johnson have any levers to pull?
Mike Johnson has no levers. No, absolutely none. It's going to be what Donald Trump says to do, and we've known that since the beginning when Mike was elected speaker, and as you know, I know Mike also. But I think what you're seeing right now is Donald Trump trying to push this train of this big, beautiful bill. But there are still certain realities that happen, especially in the Freedom Caucus and how districts vote. And you might say, well, they have to be completely behind Donald Trump. They have to completely do these type of things. But there are still some things they just can't go against. And when you're looking at this massive deficit push and what's happening with our debt and deficit, what happens is they're looking at a midterms as a crash and burn. And I think, Joe, that's what you're looking at. They're so worried about crash and burn midterms. And right now, they're more worried about winning their election and supporting Donald Trump. I'm telling you right now, that's what's going on.
Amazing. It's not often I get to talk to you when you're in Dubai, and I want to hear about your week. I want you to help us frame what we just saw on the president's journey, because you're there with a firsthand experience. We should let everyone know that not only does former Congressman Denver Riggleman run a distillery in beautiful Northern Virginia, well, I guess Central Virginia, but he also runs an important security firm, a rig security firm, and now Hoodle AI, a health tech and security firm that has made Denver Riggleman one of the only people I've ever met who knows what it's like to buy a Blackwell chip. Speak to me, Denver, about the tens of billions of dollars that we saw unlocked in the Middle East this week, what this means for countries like the UAE, but also entrepreneurs like yourself.
Well, you know, sometimes you have to separate, you know, how you feel politically when you're doing business, but it's very difficult to here. And some of the things that we saw were disturbing over here, the way that, you know, Trump wanted to make his entrance and things like that. But I will say this, for us, this started over a year ago. This was such a dynamic place to do business anyway, well before Donald Trump came over here. But there is an unlocking of technical and financial transfers going on. And you know what? Bloomberg reported this 6 days ago. You guys did on CFIUS, right? The Committee for Foreign Investments in the United States, and how they're going to actually streamline those actual regulatory issues. And what does that mean for the UAE and for other places here in the Middle East, like Saudi or Qatar? What that means is that you're going to have much quicker, more efficient technology transfer outside of the CFIUS type of regulatory structure that you have to use. And that was something that I did not know was going to happen. I actually read it when you all reported it, and I was on the Financial Services Committee, Joe, so I actually didn't know how CFIUS works. So for me, the unlocking of the potential here, I believe we already had American companies coming here. I think that American companies, specifically by the UAE, have been invited to come in here and do business. And what we've seen is incredible reception, courtesy, and respect as we're here with our AI company. I've never seen anything like it, Joe, to be honest.
Huh, that's incredible. So this is a new frontier, obviously, for high tech. Is it an answer to our decoupling with China?
You know, I think a lot of people talked about that here. You know, I don't like to, there's so much pride and respect that the Emiratis have when they're having discussions with you, especially when they find out you're a former congressman. They actually sometimes push away from politics because they don't want to get that in the way of business. It is such a respectful culture, and that's something that I try to respect as we're going on here. But what you're looking at, I think the UAE, what I was told by somebody very high up in one of the Emirates, you know, listen, Joe, I've been from Abu Dhabi to Dubai, all the way up to Ras Al Khaimah. I've met with the highest, you know, some of the highest, I would say, positions in some of these areas. And what they're saying is like, listen, hey, you know, nobody's ever going to be the United States. But we do believe that we can be the answer, right, for technology and for growing other companies from the United States, but really being that answer to other countries that might be looked at as threat countries. But you have to remember, too, UAE does business everywhere. It's a dynamic, diverse, accepting environment as long as you follow the rules, right? You have respect, right? You go forward in a way that's very, very legal. We've even had discussions with individuals asking us about, can our AI help with compliance? So there's so much going on here. But again, I think the UAE looks at themselves, and also I would say Saudi and Qatar as we're going forward here. I think they look as the linchpin in the global world for dynamic building of companies and tech services and manufacturing. And what we've seen here, I have some stories, Joe, when me and you have a bourbon sometime. The stories here about the growth of American companies is pretty extraordinary.
Well, this is extraordinary. We saw Jensen Huang there with Donald Trump in the Middle East talking about selling millions of chips in the UAE. When we consider the diversion rule from the Biden administration that came in at the last minute and made this impossible for some of the countries that you're visiting this week, Denver, do we look back at the Biden administration as a misstep on the march to innovation in AI? Are they righting the wrong?
It's actually a really great question. I think, though, when you're looking at China specifically, you know, also when I was on the Financial Services Committee, I had to go to South America and talk about the Belt and Road initiatives from China, which is really a threat to us economically. And we can go on that. I was on the China Task Force. So I would say that Joe Biden had a very difficult decision on how you protect actually against Chinese practices and what we do with our chip makers and our dominant technology like with NVIDIA. I think what you're seeing now is we're seeing sort of this change in the worldscape is you're looking at security structures that are being actually talked about over here right now. And I think what you're seeing with the UAE, they're actually pledging that they're going to have those security structures in place, right, to guard against any type of, I would say, illegal IP transfer between China, right, and U.S. companies that are coming over here. You know, last year when I was here, this is my second time last year, we were actually talking about NVIDIA chips and working through attestations for the State Department to see if we could do it, and it was really a no-go. So it's very interesting to me that NVIDIA now has a play over here, but I do think there could be some security concerns. But looking at the UAE, they've been trying to address that down the line, and it's something I've been very blunt about. And again, they're very respectful when I talk about things. But you know, Joe, I still got to be me, right? And I still got to actually outline the things that I think, you know, maybe that's just the way I'm wired. But these are, again, I do believe, and I'm going to say this cautiously, I do believe that you see a new security posture here in the UAE that's saying, listen, you come here and American companies will be protected. And that is some of the assurances we've been getting over here. Now, is that true? We'll see. But right now, from what I've seen with the UAE, with Dubai, with Abu Dhabi, all the way up to the northern province of Ras Al-Khaimah. I think that we're having a resurgence and looking at security and then as being allies to us in this region. But again, it's trust to verify, but they also think the same about us in some ways too. So it's very interesting.
Wow. This sounds like a fascinating trip for you, Denver. You got to come see us and let's distill everything that you experienced. I want to hear more about the investments you secured and the rest of it when you get back to town. So come see us here in Washington, of course, and travel safe when you get home. The former congressman from Virginia, Denver Riggleman, with his AI company, his security firm, and life in politics, not to mention his experience in the Air Force in the national security space behind him. Really interesting, and we'll have more to discuss with Denver. Maybe over that bourbon. Can we do that here? Maybe on the Friday edition, if producer James lets us. We'll assemble our panel next. We have a lot more to talk about following the breaker on Capitol Hill. Yeah, the president's on the way back. He's got some phone calls to make because one big, beautiful bill could not even get through the Budget Committee. Never mind what's in store in the Rules Committee. The Freedom Caucus has its hands firmly on the wheel right now. We'll have more with Roger Fisk and Lisa Camuso-Miller as we get to the bottom of what's going on here in the nation's capital right here on Bloomberg.
All right. While they're cycling with their commercial, let me talk about Myotrol and Goodnight Formula. Myotrol is really important to take, especially if you're 40 years of age or older. This will help for gene expression, to build muscle, and to maintain muscle. When you get older, your genes methylate and you just can't produce muscle as easily as during your youthful years. This is very important to take for males and females. It has flavonoids, polyphenols, and lignans to help with the gene expression to build muscle and to maintain muscle and to help with your mitochondrial health. Very important. Now, if you're an athlete, younger or older, you would benefit from this also, especially if you stack it with Gladiator Barley. Now, Goodnight Formula is really important because it's going to put you into 3 cycles of REM sleep and deep sleep. That will allow you to detoxify your central nervous system, consolidate memory, and you'll be well rested. It's very important to take. It has tryptophan, melatonin, GABA, and passion flower. So please go to my store and take the Goodnight Formula. Stack them together, and that way you're helping with your brain health and with your musculature. Please go to my store, use discount 5, and you get $5 off. All righty. Sometimes Bloomberg takes a little while. I want to go to Fox News here really quick. And they're talking about Trump's Middle East trip.
Franklin University makes it possible. Time has come, make a break from historical. Set a course on.
Joining us now live at the desk, former National Security Advisor under President Trump's first term, KT McFarland. KT, great to see you. Great to be with you. President Trump and his stellar team had to pick America up off the floor. America was forced into this position of supplication and weakness by Biden and cohort. And so America had to get back on her feet, standing, walking, and now leading in 4 months. It's just absolutely astonishing, even in the last week, what the president's done.
Look, I've been a Donald Trump fan for a long time, and I've worked with him. I know him really well. I am dazzled by what he's been able to accomplish. And you've got to give it personally to him, because at the beginning of his first term, we sat around the White House Situation Room table, just like we're sitting now, trying to figure out who should we support in Saudi Arabia, because they were having a leadership succession generational crisis. I said, well, we've always dealt with those old guys who are in their 70s and 80s, they're conservative. Trump said, no, we are going to take a chance on those young 30-year-olds. They promised that they're going to open their society, open their economy, they're going to help us defeat ISIS and terrorism. I think we should give them a chance. And sure enough, that bet was a gutsy thing at the time, but it's really paid off, as we've just seen.
Not only is he bringing home the bacon, I mean, literally, the amount of money is stunning in terms of the investment in the United States. But we are the world's economic and the military superpower. This puts Iran in a terribly difficult position. So explain the implications of us striking deals and Iran sitting on the sidelines.
Iran is the most lonely country in the world right now. It's probably even worse than Russia. Why? Because we have a strong relationship with Israel, which we know. Israel has taken out the Hamas and has taken out Hezbollah. We've taken out the Houthis. So all of Iran's proxy militaries are gone. President Trump's energy policies are driving down the price of oil, which is Iran's major source of income. We've reimposed the sanctions on Iran. So Iran, we're doing a squeeze play. It's called maximum pressure campaign, and we're squeezing Iran. And as President Trump said, they can do it the easy way, which is let's cut a deal, let's figure out a way to have you give up your nukes, and we'll hand you some prosperity, or we do it the hard way, which is we're going to just squeeze you.
The political capital that President Trump built up overseas in the Middle East just the last 30 days or so.
I know, it's dazzling.
How does economic security is national security, and how does he spend that back here at home?
Well, I mean, look what he's doing at home, right? He's going to bring down drug prices. He's going to have a tax deal. He's going to get momentum at home, and this is cumulative because other world leaders are looking at this. Can you imagine if you're Vladimir Putin right now? Trump's doing deals with the Brits. Maybe he's going to deal with China. Oh my gosh, he's been to the Middle East. Ooh, over the weekend he did Pakistan and India, brought that off the ground. Putin's got to have major FOMO at this point, thinking, where am I? I thought I was a big world leader. Nobody cares about me.
Talk to me about Syria, because I thought the president meeting with the new president of Syria was one of those stories that got a quick mention, but has major implications in what was a very volatile situation. And it's yet to be seen how it will be pulled off. But when you saw that, what did you think?
Well, I mean, again, this was nobody expected this, by the way. I think a lot of it was that the younger generation of the Saudi leaders and other countries have said, give this guy a chance, give the new leader of Syria a chance. Syria has been a scourge to the United States and to the region for 40 years, not just the previous leader, Bashar al-Assad, but his father, Hafez al-Assad. Let's go back to the 1970s when Syria has been supporting terrorists and anti-American activities. So if they can pull it off, if the new guy can consolidate power and he can do what the other Arab countries have done, which is go for peace and prosperity versus chaos, war, and terrorism, then it will be not only great for Syria, it will be great for the region, but it further isolates Iran. That was their only pal. And remember, Russia was heavily involved in Syria. So you now have a United States, which is the sole primary outside actor in one of the world's most important regions.
And I was going to ask you, it also, because what happened under Biden with now all the officials from his administration just talking to the press and saying they're in awe of they're apoplectic, actually, that they had to work for Biden, I guess, the last 4 years. But it also plays into China, because Joe Biden's treatment of Saudi Arabia turned its back on the United States and was discussing de-dollarization with the BRICS countries, and turned eastward toward Russia and China. And this is a complete reversal. So every move the president made, particularly with Syria, is isolating our arch enemies.
Completely. President Trump had set it up in his first term, and then Biden comes around and reverses, had bad relations with the Saudis, bad relations with Israel, screws up the American economy, pushes up the price of oil and natural gas. So Biden undoes Trump, but Trump has come back and he's going, Trump 2.0 is just on afterburners. I mean, talk about the golden age of America. It's going to be the golden age of the world.
Yeah, you get rid of that policy of appeasement, actually show some might and some strength. It attracts others, and we're better off as a country. We're safer, and we're better off economically. KT McFarland, you're the best. Thanks so much for joining us.
Pleasure. Thank you.
And I should say, President Trump would not.
All right, let's go back to Bloomberg.
Get through the budget committee, and so it is back to the drawing board on Capitol Hill, with a bit of a protest by the Freedom Caucus slowing things down. We've also got a breaker on the terminal right now, and it's coming from the Federal Reserve. Don't confuse this with a Doge story, because they may not be related. We're just learning this now at Bloomberg. As the Fed announces plans, or we're reporting plans, to shrink the Fed's workforce by about 10%. Job cuts are coming to the Fed. It'll happen over the next several years, mainly through attrition. According to people familiar speaking with Bloomberg, the Fed's going to be offering deferred resignations to some workers, according to sources we're talking about. And so the shrinkage continues here in Washington, whether Elon Musk is in town or not. We assemble our panel here on the Friday edition. We've got a good one for you. Roger Fisk is back, former special advisor to President Obama, our Democratic strategist, and of course the great Republican strategist Lisa Camuso-Miller, former RNC comms director, host of the Friday Reporter podcast, who spent a good chunk of her career working for a Republican Speaker of the House. Not this one, but she's seen this movie before. And Lisa, I'll start with you on what just took place here. Couldn't even clear committee? What does that tell us about the long-term forecast for this legislation?
Well, Joe, I think it means that there is a long way to go, and we're not going to get to the Rules Committee on Monday. Then that is for certain.
That allows time for a recovery, though, for Speaker Johnson. Is this a bump in the road? Chip Roy just needs to feel better? How do you get around this roadblock?
I'm not certain how they can. And in fact, I think if anything, this is going to be a weekend where they're going to work really hard to try to get this through. But once again, I mean, this goes back to this whole strategy that comes from the White House, that a big, beautiful bill, right? And the House said that they didn't think they could get it done, and the Speaker said they didn't think they could get it done, and the Senate didn't think they could get it done, and they were right. And so I think a lot of what's happening here is, you have an up and down vote in the budget. There's no opportunity in budget committee, so there's no opportunity for amendments. You've got 4 members of the Freedom Caucus that are in the budget committee, and those guys are they were hardline no before they even went to the committee this morning. So this isn't terribly surprising, but what was supposed to happen is they were supposed to come to agreement. The bill was supposed to get out of committee. It was supposed to come from all the relevant committees. They were supposed to get it all together and get it off to Rules Committee for a Monday vote. Just feels like it's not going to happen. And so that to me tells me exactly what I expect to see happen. It's what people have been saying all along. This is a much, much longer road to go. The Speaker is really eager to get this done by Memorial Day. It just doesn't seem like it's going to happen to me.
How many people have come on the air to say, yeah, give them to the end of the year. Meet me in September. Roger, the Freedom Caucus sent a tweet. They know the phone's going to be ringing soon here. Ralph Norman's in for it, right? Remember Donald Trump rolled Ralph Norman in the most recent Speaker vote, took one phone call. It was like 10 minutes later, he went back and voted again. They together sent out a tweet here. These are the objecting representatives led by Chip Roy. We were making progress, it says, before the vote in the Budget Committee, and we'll continue negotiations to further improve the reconciliation package. We're not going anywhere, and we will continue to work through the weekend. Roger Fisk, what will happen this weekend?
A lot of long, detailed, frustrating conversations that, to Lisa's point, probably go nowhere. And thank you for having me, and it's wonderful to be here with Lisa. It's kind of the curse of the 3 Bs, right? It's the Biden administration tried to do Build Back Better. Now this is the big, beautiful bill. And I think every administration would be well served by looking at their predecessor, be they friend or foe, and learning from the mistakes and the successes. And one of the mistakes of the Biden administration was going with the Build Back Better bill that was just too big and too broad and too vague. And the bigger a bill is, the bigger there are kind of definitions of what beautiful are within that. And then you have hardliners like Congressman Roy, like you mentioned, Congressman Norman, Andrew Clyde, who Ralph Norman says is against this, but I guess by now is probably on record as definitely being against it. And that gives license to some of the other members of the GOP House to create some separation. Normally, this should have happened in the first 100 days when the incoming administration has momentum and a lot of goodwill, but this is post-Signalgate, post-Qatari plane, post a couple stumbles where some of those frontline Republicans, when you throw in the SALT issue and some of the other things that we've talked about earlier this week, that they realize maybe there's more value in having a little distance from the president than voting to kick a couple 100,000 people off healthcare in their district. And that's the dynamic they're going to try to align this weekend, and it'll be a steep climb for the Speaker.
Noted, we're now living in the post-Qatari plane era of the Trump administration.
There's before the plane and there's after the plane.
That's right. We're in now AP territory. Right. Did you hear what Roger just said? Did you come up with that? Build Back Better, big, beautiful bill.
The curse of the three Bs.
Are there parallels here?
Roger, you're a messaging genius, and I love that you said that. I've been laughing since you did. I mean, really, it just does seem like it's politically tone deaf, and it's a little more of the same. It's just to me like, here we go again. And you're absolutely right, Joe. That plane really, I think, took a lot of the political momentum out of this trip. So not only, look, this bill may have had. Trump is going to come back. He's going to celebrate. He's going to be pleased with how all the deals that he made while he was there and all the things that have happened. And the only thing that overshadowed all of that was this silly plane that he wanted to take back, right? The difficulty here, too, is that he had built up a lot of really good momentum that was going into this big, beautiful bill. And then the tariff discussion started to happen. And that, I think, the timing of all of that is really going to make it even harder, right? Because I have heard other folks smarter than me talk about how the carriages are coming, all of the containers are coming from China, and they've arrived. And so it's about to be very difficult for people to be happy with the way the economy is running.
You guys are on a roll. Roger Chip Roy tweeting himself. This is not the caucus now. This is the individual. We're making progress, he says, but the vote was called and the problems were not resolved. So I voted no. He says, I'm staying in Washington this weekend to deliver. Medicaid work requirements must start now, not 2029, and the Green New Scam, he says, must be fully repealed, as President Trump called for. You would think that this is a message to Democrats having an argument from the other side of the aisle. Are Republicans arguing with Republicans about the Green New Scam?
It's amazing to me that people still refer to the Green New Deal as if it became law at some point, and when in fact it's still essentially kind of like a philosophical construct on behalf of the squad and things like that. The climate and the clean energy elements of what Biden actually did were much more focused on infrastructure jobs and retrofitting buildings and things like that than they were about some fundamental paradigm shift about how the country fuels itself. But you see ads and attacks all the time that refer to the Green New Deal as if it's part of the law of the land, when in fact it's not. And that to me plays into the performative nature that we're seeing on all sides. So you have your Thomas Masseys and these other people that are more than happy to slow these things down. And so I used to say this with Speaker McCarthy, I would imagine Speaker Johnson gets up a couple days and says, why can't I just move back to Louisiana and have a normal life? This has to be incredibly frustrating because they have full control of the government, just as in the first 2 years of the first Trump administration, they couldn't even get their votes aligned to fund the wall. We're seeing that same kind of dysfunction play out now.
Roger,
saying, God, life was even better in the radio business. Lisa, please go ahead. What's your response? Because I want to hear your take on what's going to happen this weekend.
Well, what I was going to say was that that's the traditional playbook, and that would be that the president is in the White House and the Republicans in their House and the Senate, but it's the president himself that makes this so much more difficult. I mean, he continues to make news. It used to be that there was sort of this cadence between the White House and the Congress, and that's no longer the case. The president continues to push forward with this slash and burn and all of the things that are happening, and it's making it more and more difficult for people to really enact change. So what would ordinarily be like a trifecta of great things that could happen because Republicans are in power, they're working against each other, really, and that's, I think, what makes it even harder.
Well, bring us behind the scenes this weekend, Lisa. How does this work? Are they going to be in a committee room in the House? Are they going to be in an office building somewhere? They're going to be bringing in takeout? Are they wearing shorts and sandals? What happens over Saturday and Sunday that could change the picture by Monday?
I think it's a lot of all of that, Joe. I think everybody has a lot at stake, and they really want to see it happen. And so they're going to bring in every resource that they can. They're going to be having meetings late today into tomorrow. They're going to be having calls. They're going to be working the phones. They're going to be doing everything they can to try to find levers that they can pull in order to get this to the Rules Committee. Because also, too, the Republican House really does want to deliver for the president. They really do want this bill to get done. So I do think that they're going to call out all the stops. The difficulty here is that you've got this SALT group, the group from the Northeast primarily, that are going to fight like heck to make sure that SALT gets done right. And then you've got the Freedom Caucus that are working in the opposite direction. So if you're Mike Johnson, I mean, to the point that maybe running home to Louisiana sounds pretty sweet, it does seem like this is a really, really hard job, but I think he's the right guy for the job. It seems to me like he has the right tone and tenor, and he has got the right people around him that are helping him make good choices. And that is we've seen two speakers walk away from this job, two Republican speakers walk away from this job, and there's a reason. It's because it's really hard to govern with so many different factions in the party right now, and that's exactly what we're seeing play out in real time.
You wonder if they make another run at him, depending on how this goes here. What's Hakeem Jeffries doing this weekend, Roger? He's watching TV, having a chuckle, watching the speaker do his work.
Popping popcorn, letting it, play out. The president has been the greatest unifying force for the Democrats, but this additional fratricidal tension just makes it that much easier for the Democrats to avoid news cycles and let this play out with as much coverage as possible, because this really forces some of those frontline Republicans that Lisa was just mentioning to potentially take some difficult votes. And so for the Democrats, they largely just want to make sure that they don't stop the Republicans from digging their hole.
Wow. Time to order the takeout and the wine, boys and girls, because we're hunkering down for a working weekend. What a great panel with Roger Fisk and Lisa Camuso-Miller. They'll be back with us, of course, in our second hour here of Balance of Power. Thank you both for the insights and bringing your experience to the conversation. This is a fascinating moment that we're experiencing right now in Washington. Budget bill fails the budget committee, and big questions as to where we're going next. We'll explore more of this in our second hour and bring you a conversation with Congressman Nick LaLota, one of the Republicans from New York, from the SALT caucus we've been talking about. Maybe he's got the keys. Kaylee Lines is on the way in, and we'll welcome our global television audience coming up next, right here on Bloomberg.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Boomer Boost. The Boomer Boost is a 68 nutrient powder that you take every day, either for your breakfast or for your lunch. It targets multiple systems. It targets your heart, your vascular system, your musculature, and boosts up your energy levels and your metabolism. It has a very comprehensive compound profile that you can read on my website more closely. Go to the website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Purchase the Boomer Boost. It's very high quality. I take this every day. You take it for your breakfast or for your lunch. You will lose weight. You're going to have lots of energy. You're going to sleep better. You're going to have more vitality. You're going to want to do a lot. So take it every day. You're going to lose weight. So this is a great way to kind of to get to that to your target weight that you're looking for. All right. Take it for your breakfast or for your lunch. All right. Don't do both. And you're going to save money because the cost of this for 1 month supply, I'm sure, is cheaper than what you spend every day for breakfast for 1 month or for lunch for 1 month. So please go to my store and get the Boomer Boost. Very high quality powder that you get a big scooper, you mix it with soft foods, filtered water, milk, a smoothie, but take it every day. Very important.
politics to the world of business. This is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
The bill couldn't even clear committee. Welcome to the Friday edition as President Trump's big, beautiful bill fails to pass the Budget Committee in the House. Now the entire timeline is being thrown into question. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons in Washington. Thanks for being with us on the Friday edition of Balance of Power. Kaylee, a big point of disagreement remains lifting the cap on salt, so not a lot has changed since this time yesterday.
Yeah, there's still many who want the salt cap lifted even higher than $30,000, but then there's also fiscal conservatives who want to see the cost-saving measures kick in earlier when it comes to Medicaid work requirements, rolling back measures in the Inflation Reduction Act. And it's those fiscal conservatives that actually took things down in the Budget Committee today. And what was supposed to just be procedure. This committee doesn't have power to change the legislation, and yet it tanked anyway.
A procedural vote, essentially assembling the pieces of this bill. We saw a number of Republicans, to your point, from the Freedom Caucus, a la Chip Roy, Ralph Norman, and so on, voting with Democrats. And I suspect that their phones will be ringing today as President Trump makes his way back from the Middle East.
Yeah, keeping in mind that the president took to True Social today talking about how he wants Republicans to unite behind this one big, beautiful bill. But certainly you're seeing a degree of lack of unity, shall we say, on Capitol Hill right now. And that is actually where we go now live here on Bloomberg TV and radio. Is joining us is Republican Congressman Nick LaLota, who represents New York's 1st Congressional District. He, of course, is in the Salt Caucus and is one of the members who has been advocating for a higher cap. Congressman, welcome back to Balance of Power. Obviously, there are you and your colleagues who are pushing for a higher salt cap up against some of these fiscal conservatives who worry what that does to the ultimate price tag. Is there a world here in which those who shot things down in the Budget Committee can get what they want and you get what you want too, or does someone have to lose in this equation?
Yeah, I'm confident we're going to land this plane. Ultimately, we all support the concepts behind the one big beautiful bill. We all want a stronger border security when we want to put the nation on a better fiscal track. And there's some other priorities in there as well that are really important. Energy dominance, really important to the House Republican Conference. We've done the deadlines in the past about responsibly raising debt ceilings, ensuring the government was funded, doing things responsibly like that under a deadline. I hope that we can do that again this time. This one big beautiful bill has a couple of warts on it, but I think that we can work through that in order to get it passed ultimately.
Well, Congressman, it's good to have you back. I know you weren't happy with the level that was coming out of the Ways and Means Committee when it came to lifting the cap on salt. So are you actually encouraged by what happened to the Budget Committee today, or are you concerned about the way forward?
Well, it just recognizes the obvious. There are numerous factions within the conference who are displeased with different aspects of the bill. Salt, of course, has gotten a lot of coverage, but there are folks in the conference who are concerned about SNAP, about Medicaid, and of course, the deficit hawks have their concerns. So there are a couple of things holding this bill up. I hope that we get to yes, but with respect to salt is a pay for. The bill as written right now from 2017 has the salt cap expiring at the end of the year and going back to unlimited. And unlimited salt over the next 10 years is valued at $1.3 trillion. And that's what's going to happen if no bill passes and if folks like me vote no and others vote no, and ultimately we don't extend those tax cuts. So I think the onus is on others to meet us a little bit in the middle. $1.3 trillion is a lot to incentivize some other great provisions in the one big beautiful bill. The president's priorities are no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, the AMT fix, the lower individual rates, lower business rates. My constituents want all of that, but we don't want to have to pay for the bill again like we paid in 2017. We want a little more fairness this time around.
Well, and Congressman, when you joined us a few days ago, you told us that this idea of a $40,000 salt cap for individuals and $80,000 for married couples hadn't been explicitly put on the table, though it was something that was obviously in this discussion. Have you gotten an explicit offer for a higher salt cap, or is that something you're expecting this weekend? Where do things stand?
Yeah, that 40-80 dynamic unfortunately had a poison pill in it, in that there was 40-80 for 4 or 5 years, and it dropped way down to 10 again for the next 5 or 6 years. That, unfortunately, is a gimmick. It's a scam. It just perpetuates the very thing my constituents and I are opposed to right now, this absurdly low 10K cap. That was really just a used car salesman trick that we didn't fall for. We're going to continue to negotiate in good faith to make sure that New Yorkers, New Jerseyans, and Californians get their fair share, because each of us are donor states. Each of our states' taxpayers send way more to Washington than we get back. New York gets about 91 cents for every dollar it sends to Washington, while Missouri, home state to the tax committee chairman, gets $1.60, and Louisiana, home state to the speaker, gets $1.78. So we're not looking for a handout. We're just looking for a fair share and an honest negotiation on how we can move this ball forward.
Well, I know this is a big issue for you. It's something you're passionate about. Congressmen and members of the New York delegation have been strident in their rhetoric in some cases. Would you be willing to vote no on this whole thing if it meant just eliminating the cap altogether, if you can't come to terms on the rest?
If it eliminates the cap altogether, heck, count me in. Let's book it as a yes and let's move on, if that's your question.
No, I mean, would you vote no if it meant allowing that to reset to zero?
Oh, to have no deductibility on state and local taxes whatsoever?
To eliminate the cap. To go back to where we were before 2017.
That would do it for me. Count me in if we eliminate the cap.
But would you vote no to get there?
Sorry, I don't understand your question. No, I would vote yes on a bill that eliminates the cap. Right now, the cap is $10,000. They're offering $30,000. If they offer unlimited, count me in. Let's go. Let's make America great again.
There's a chance this bill might not pass, though, according to some congressmen. You may not see it that way. If this whole thing falls apart, does that help you enough in New York to eliminate this cap to put up with not having the Trump tax cuts?
So here's how the negotiation is going to go. If it falls apart, the bill falls apart in the next couple of days, weeks, or month, everybody's going to rush back to the negotiating table and say, how can we salvage this? And at that point in time, the reality will be apparent to everybody else that what is on the table at that point in time is unlimited salt. And then we can negotiate down from unlimited rather than up from $10,000. Now, I don't want to get there, but that's the negotiating reality. As the president would say, we have a lot of the cards in this negotiation, but we want to be professional, we want to be gentlemen about this, and we want to do what's right for the nation. But at the end of the day, you can't stick the blue states with the bill for everybody else's tax incentives like what happened in 2017. The political dynamic is much different this time around. These blue state Republicans like Lawler and Kim and others and Tom Kean made our majority, and we can't sell them out to pay for and fund the rest of the tax cuts. We have to ensure there's some equity in this bill, and we acknowledge those realities. We'll get to yes. We need to get the president's agenda through. We need to have those overall great tax incentives for America. The negotiations will continue through both in person and over the phone and on text this weekend, and we'll ultimately get there.
Well, of course, even if you can get there in the House, it then goes to the Senate, Congressman. And what you're describing, the fact that there are Republican members from blue states in the House, is not an issue in the U.S. Senate. Are you concerned that the Senate might actually reduce back a higher salt cap you fought for, or look at some of the pay-fors that have been suggested, whether it's Medicaid or rollbacks to the Inflation Reduction Act, make them go away, and then you have a new problem in the House again when it comes to the total tally?
Okay, so maybe we should invite you to our negotiating team, because those are the things that we're talking about right now. We want to ensure that if we do a deal here in the House, it's a deal that will be ratified by both the Senate and the President. So while we're having these discussions on the House side right here, contemporaneous, we want to have some assurances from others who are participating in this one big, beautiful bill. They too will ratify exactly the deal that we come to in the House. That's an important measure. We don't want to just take a vote for the sake of taking a vote here in the House and have our provisions die in the Senate. So what we negotiate here before we get to a yes here has to be assured that it will pass the Senate and be signed by the President.
So how's it going to work this weekend, Congressman? Bring us behind the scenes, if you would. Are there a series of meetings planned? You mentioned phone calls and texts. Maybe you're going to get a phone call from President Trump, but will you be on Capitol Hill? Will you be working in committee rooms, or how does it come together on a Saturday and a Sunday with a deadline that you're facing?
So the House is not in session. Many of my colleagues went home yesterday, but as you can see from behind me, I'm still here on Capitol Hill, eager to make this deal work. I will continue to collaborate with not just members of the SALT caucus, but those who see this issue differently than me. Happy to work together as a conference, as a House Republican conference. We've gotten through and over hurdles like this in the past. I expect my colleagues from the upper chamber to work in good faith as well. And certainly the president wants to get this across the finish line. It is worthy of the nation's attention. It is worthy that we work over the weekend and through the night, talk, text, in person, whatever it takes, Zoom. We'll continue to keep the door open and keep the dialogue going to get this one big, beautiful bill passed.
And are these negotiations going to be bilateral, if you will, between the Speaker's office and the SALT caucus, or are you going to have to include members of the Freedom Caucus like Chip Roy and Ralph Norman, who obviously are the ones that helped take this thing in the budget in the first place? Are these trilateral negotiations?
Yeah, I think this is going to be an all-hands-on-deck effort, as it's been in the last couple of days, especially. We had a meeting yesterday in the Speaker's office with members of the Republican conference whose politics are much different. We had folks in there whose districts Trump won by 50, and those who Harris won by 3, 4, or 5. People with different constituencies, different priorities, different views of the world. I think it's important that we continue to talk with each other. I've been talking and texting with some of those folks here who come from some of those deep red districts. You know, we all have to come together at the end of the day to put this nation on a better track. You know, we're a nation $36 trillion in debt, $2 trillion deficit. A lot of folks are living paycheck to paycheck. They're eager to see Washington Republicans come together to ensure that we have a tax bill, an overall spending bill that's best for our country. And we'll work with each other, regardless of political persuasion, to ensure that gets done.
Really important conversation, Congressman. Really appreciate your being with us shortly after the Budget Committee vote. That's Nicola Loda with a working weekend ahead, as you just heard, the Republican from New York. We thank you, as always, for joining here on Bloomberg TV and radio. We want to add the voice of Laura Davison, our Deputy Bureau Chief here in Washington, D.C., and one of our political team leaders. Laura, it's great to see you. What you just heard from the gentleman from New York, we're going to stay the weekend. We're going to keep working on this. Sounds just like Chip Roy. I'm staying in Washington this weekend to deliver. How about we get these two together to figure it out?
It certainly seems like this bill is not advancing at the rate that House Speaker Mike Johnson wants. This sort of stunning defeat in the Budget Committee. That doesn't happen. This is really a procedural rubber stamp effort, and the fact that the bill went to committee, knowing that it didn't have the votes, and then failed, indicate that there are serious issues that could really threaten the chances of this bill passing the House next week, as Mike Johnson has wanted. The House then is at least scheduled to recess for 2 weeks, means that they would be until mid-June that they pick this back up. I think we could see a lot of schedule changing in the House if it looks like things are falling back as well.
Just of deep concern for Speaker Johnson, who wants to get this done, but for President Trump too. When you have the president taking to True Social saying that we don't need grandstanders in the Republican Party, stop talking and get it done, saying Republicans must unite behind the one big beautiful bill, and then hours later, 5 Republicans, although one was just for procedural reasons, 4 Republicans really in the Budget Committee decide to specifically not advance the president's bill. What does that signal about his power in all of this?
It signals that he doesn't have the ability to keep this party together. That's been his superpower through all of this, is that he's been able to put out a tweet saying people, hey, fall in line, and they have. Right now, that is not the case that's happening. It's clear the president is very frustrated with this process. That True Social post you just read, that was in a series of a long list of angry posts from the president this morning.
About Taylor Swift.
They were clearly angry about a lot of things, from pop culture to budget reconciliation. I think that covers the full gamut. But this is clear that he has kind of from the top of this negotiation said, look, get it done. I don't really care how you do it, but just make sure these tax cut bills pass. As tariffs continue to percolate, you have people like Walmart coming out saying prices are going to rise. That's even more mounting pressure on the White House to get a tax bill done and quickly.
I want to go back to where you started here, Laura. And first of all, the rarity of a bill failing in committee like this, and is a little bit of egg on face, I'm assuming, for the chair, unless Jody Arrington was trying to make a point. But also what this means potentially for the long-term status of this bill. Are we making too much of this to suggest that this whole thing could fall apart, or it's simply about getting everyone back in a room and coming up with a plan B?
Those are sort of the 2 options here. One, this may be a small blip, and in a couple of days they've ironed out these details. They had that little bit of a public embarrassing moment to decide, okay, let's move forward with unity. It could also mean that this is just, sort of the signs of deeper troubles to come. I'll also note that you have senators already coming out, Republican senators saying that they won't support this bill, they can't support this bill. There's going to need to be big changes, scaling back some of these Medicaid cuts. That's something that House members are thinking about, particularly moderates. They don't want to have to take a tough vote on a bill that really scales back something that may be unpopular in their district. and then have that totally rewritten by the Senate. So you're seeing a lot of political considerations, not just between House Republicans, but also between House and Senate Republicans of what is a bill that can get 50, the 51, 50 in the Senate and 218 in the House. That's not an easy feat.
Well, and when you talk about Medicaid cuts in particular, obviously for Chip Roy and co, that is part of their problem is these new rules around work requirements, for example, aren't supposed to kick in for several more years. They would like to see it kicking in sooner. Was there a reason that this wasn't supposed to happen until 2029? Are they trying to get around issues potentially in the midterms until changes are made? Why wouldn't they have just done it from the jump?
The reason is why these tax cuts are set to expire. You put all the juicy stuff, the stuff that people like at the beginning, and you put the tough stuff at the end of the budget window. So 2029, although that's when after the 2028 presidential election, after the midterms, the stuff that people aren't going to like and are going to feel the impacts of, that's a future Congress's problem. And it also gives this Congress a lot of time to potentially repeal that if you want to. There's a lot of things we've seen Congress do this time and time again. If they have to do something unpopular, they have to make a decision to raise some revenue. We'll put that in the future, and then that's a problem for another day.
We've seen Donald Trump flip votes before. One of these no votes came from Ralph Norman. He got a phone call from Donald Trump last time the speaker's job was at risk, and about 10 minutes later, he got off the cell phone and changed his vote. Could we see something along those lines?
We very much could. Trump is clearly whipping this bill himself, both in public as well as in private, making calls to members. He wants to get this done. It's interesting to see, though, how many people are willing to buck him on this is supposed to be Republicans' signature legislative achievement, and it's not clear right now that they can do that.
Well, and when we consider that, and to come back to the idea that the midterms are next year, is this House conservative saying, okay, we're probably going to lose the House in 2026, therefore we need to make this exactly what we want now. This is our last chance to actually do something more dramatic when it comes to debt and deficits, and basically saying the majority is going to be lost anyway, or that they still think they can walk this hard line and retain the majority in 2026.
That's what they're publicly saying, but privately, House Republicans know that there's a very strong chance that they could lose the chamber. That's just kind of the tradition. History suggests that's a very much a possibility. But this is where the tension is. You have the hardliners saying, let's get everything that we can get done right now. And you have the moderates, people who want SALT, and others saying, don't cut Medicaid for my district. I need to expand SALT. Those are the things I need to get reelected. And the only way you, House Republicans, have a majority is if we have these districts around New York, in Southern California. So you have two sort of very much competing visions at odds here.
President Trump, on his way back from Abu Dhabi today, saw quite a number of posts on social media, as you guys suggested. We only had this one, the Taylor Swift post. The President of the United States. Has anyone noticed that since I said I hate Taylor Swift, she's no longer hot? What's going on that airplane?
It's Trump coming down from the high that he had in the Middle East. He was showered with praise. He had horses. There were dancers. There were, the whole spectacle. And, he also didn't get a lot of sleep. He went very late every single night. One colleague mentioned it's like when your child has a sleepover, comes home, has all sorts of fun, doesn't get any sleep, and then suddenly they're cranky and in a bad mood the next day.
I just want to know what he saw.
Who was he talking to?
Did someone start playing Taylor Swift on Air Force One? Where did they start?
Yeah, Taylor was in the air.
We'll have to wait for answers for another day, perhaps. Laura Davison, Washington Deputy Bureau Chief for us here at Bloomberg with us on Balance of Power. So I guess she's no longer hot?
That's what he says.
News to me.
You know this more than
I'm
I guess so. Maybe we'll play that to the panel next. We've got a good one today.
Yes.
Roger Fisk, Lisa Camuso-Miller, their take on a breaking news day here in Washington. We'll have a lot more straight ahead on Bloomberg TV and radio alongside Kaylee Lyons. I'm Joe Matthew. This is Balance of Power, only on Bloomberg.
let's talk about the heirloom barley. The heirloom barley will help to detoxify your body, reduce inflammation, and to soak up free radicals with superoxide dismutase. It's a high density protein. You get a big scooper. You take a half a scoop or a full scoop. This is a month's supply, approximately, if you take a full scoop. And you take it for your breakfast or for your lunch, mix it with soft foods or filtered water, milk. Some people even put it in a smoothie, but take it every day, either for breakfast or for lunch. Do resistance training. It'll help you to build muscle, but this is great to detoxify your body, bring down inflammation, and to soak up free radicals. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the heirloom barley. Stack it with the Boomer Boost for max benefits. And that will help to also control your A1C levels, your blood glucose levels.
It's 121 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. That's the level of the session right now on the S&P 500 index, on track for a winning week of roughly 5% right now. The S&P up 27, up by 0.5%. We've got the Dow up 220, Dow Industrials up 0.5, NASDAQ up 48 for the NASDAQ Composite Index. That is a gain of 0.2%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 Index up 0.1%. The 10-year currently yielding 4.43% with the 2-year 3.97%. Gold down $53 the ounce, down 1.6%, and West Texas Intermediate crude at $62.46 a barrel, up by just about 1.4%. Wall Street's hopes of President Trump's tariff war is cooling, driving stocks to one of their best weeks so far in 2025. Federal Reserve plans to reduce its workforce by about 10% over the next couple of years, mainly through attrition, with a voluntary deferred resignation program open to eligible employees. And EOG Resources says it has been awarded a concession to explore for oil onshore in Abu Dhabi, a development that will help the largest shale-focused producer by market value further an expansion beyond the United States. EOG Resources shares, they are lower now, little change, down less than 0.1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Back we go to Washington. Balance of Power continues. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
Right, Charlie, thank you so much. Live from New York, Charlie Pellet, watching Wall Street for us every day here on Balance of Power. We'll get back to Charlie shortly to check back in on the Friday trade with breaking news midday here in Washington. The headline on the terminal says it all. Trump tax cuts fail in House panel as GOP divided on bill cost. Panel being the key word there. The bill couldn't even clear the budget committee. Expected to be a rubber stamp, a procedural vote today that would then lead to a floor vote next week. But there are many holdouts here, beginning in the Freedom Caucus, where a number of Republicans voted with Democrats to sink the bill, as noted by Budget Committee Chair Jody Arrington a short time ago.
Well, the noes have it. The committee stands in recess, subject to the call of the chair. I want to thank everybody for their time and patience, and Godspeed and safe travels.
That gavel was not the happiest gavel you've
safe travels
ever seen, as everyone heads to the airport, although I guess not everyone, maybe many members of the Budget Committee, but not some of the ones who voted no in committee today. Congressman Chip Roy, for example, says he intends to stay the weekend. We just spoke with a member of the SALT caucus, Republican Congressman Nick Lota of New York. He and his SALT colleagues also intend to be here for continued negotiations. They're going to try to work through this, and maybe we'll be in a different place come Monday. But remember, Monday was the day that this was supposed to be before the Rules Committee, the last hurdle to getting this to the House floor. So the timeline is now very much in question.
Yeah, it's throwing big questions into the timeline, and of course, just the veracity of this bill to begin with. As we discussed with Laura Davison, there are real concerns about whether they can get this done at all in its current form, whether it's one big, beautiful bill, or maybe it's a couple of different bills that might require a few swings at tax cuts, the debt ceiling, say SALT, and the rest.
Yeah, remember when that's what the Senate wanted?
That's interesting.
The House fought for one bill.
Oh, true.
And one bill is proving to be kind of problematic. So let's get into this now with our political panel. Lisa Camusa-Miller is with us, Republican strategist, former RNC communications director, and Roger Fisk is with us as well, Democratic strategist and former special advisor to President Barack Obama. Welcome to you both. Lisa, obviously this went down in budget today, which was a bit surprising, but I would also note that two of the kind of ringleaders here, Congressman Chip Roy and Congressman Ralph Norman, are also on the Rules Committee. If it wasn't going to fail today necessarily, would it not have failed on Monday?
No question it would have failed on Monday, but this is a precursor to what we're looking at, right? And I want to
and saves lives, and RFK tried to tell us this before he ever even assumed his role at